Chapter 30. As the floorboards outside her room depressed beneath Beard's feet, Kat withdrew her hand from the disordered contents of the wooden chest. Her arm shook so hard that she dropped the spray. Bending at the waist, she scrabbled for the small bullet, seemingly unable to retrieve it from the weave of the carpet. Angry with herself, at the pitch where self-harm probably wasn't far away, she lunged in desperation and seized the container. Finally, she cupped the cold lozenge inside her palm. He'd been downstairs again, Beard. Had he not been so tardy and sluggish on the stairs, he'd have caught her with the lid of her box open. Kat inserted the metal capsule inside the pocket of her jogging bottoms. With no time to enjoy the elation of retrieving the weapon, she looked down at the box that was no longer beneath the bed frame. Outside the room, a coffee mug was placed on top of the wooden stool. Without having time to consider her action, Kat tugged the duvet part away from the bed so it slumped over the open box in her bare feet. A bearded face appeared in the doorway. "What you doing?" His words were thick with lassitude, boredom, and sleep deprivation. His eyes red from lack of sleep, too much screen time, and alcohol. They dropped to the duvet on the floor. "Toilet," she replied, feigning a yawn to conceal the alertness that would be visible in her expression under the landing light. She shuffled towards the door. Beard stood aside, but for several airless moments Kat anticipated the rough leather of his hands on her arms. She could practically hear him shouting, "What you got there?" and reaching for the bulge in her pocket. Was it visible? Kat covered it with a hand. And then she was inside the bathroom with her back against the door and a towel across her mouth to stifle her panicked panting. She had the spray now, in her pocket. The spray! Using it on a human face was another thing altogether, but she'd got here little by little, inch by inch. She'd bloody done it. "Bastards!" she mouthed at the door. She'd have to spray that hoary bearded face out there on the landing, and soon, at close range. The very idea made his body seem too large and dense. There was so much of him. The tiny canister, not much bigger than a lip gloss tube designed for a woman's clutch bag, seemed especially pathetic. What could it possibly do to that brute? Even after all they'd done to her, what they intended to do, what they'd done to Steve, Matt Hull, the others. Helene, they made you walk her into certain death. She no longer seemed in possession of her previous resolve, her determination to defend, to avenge. Where had the fantasies of destroying them gone? Maybe they had been nothing more than the desperation of the condemned. Now she was frightened, not angry. Her muscles were boiled pasta gone cold. Her heartbeat thumped inside her ears. This is what happened when you've been a captive for too long, when they'd let you live for a bit. Hadn't she also begun to feel stupidly grateful whenever they brought her water or tea, and when they let her use her own bathroom? Calm down. She had to calm down. Kat sat on the toilet but was too scared to pee. Beard hadn't resumed his seat. She'd have heard the creak of his weight on the wooden stool, even through a closed door. She was familiar with these few sounds from her days and nights in captivity. Her existence had been reduced to a few feet of space and a meager selection of noises. Maybe he knew something was up, that she was behaving differently. A weasel mind adapted that way. The merest alteration in a victim's eyes and they were alert, their instincts honed. They knew who to attack by the posture of a person's body. Murderers, kidnappers, fanatics, they thought differently, and she was trapped in their medium. She had to do it now. Oh, God. Kat stood up and ran a tap so Beard could hear something he might associate with the innocent use of a bathroom. The duvet was still on the floor of her bedroom. She saw it in her mind, like a betrayer, a feather-filled Judas. If Beard poked beneath the duvet, he'd see the open box, a container full of old phones. Their batteries were dead, the services and numbers disconnected. But how would he know that? Inside her mental parliament, each side of the house rose and jeered at the other's suggestions. Her head was too busy. Nothing seemed clear anymore. Get angry. This was her only opportunity. Get angry and be quick. Because if adrenaline didn't take her over, this plan would not work. And then Beard forced her to act. 3 noisy steps sounded on the landing before he thrust open the bathroom door. Kat was nearly grateful to him for forcing the inevitable. She'd needed him to, or she would have remained pale, shaky, and hopeless. You're all head, girl, no gut. Gutless, a little admonishing voice said inside. He had seen the duvet then. He thought she'd been up to something. her sleepiness unconvincing. His eyes peered all over her, took in her hands, looked at the bath, the sink, the toilet beside her. He was looking for what she'd just removed from the wooden chest. Beard stepped into the bathroom, his stare fixed on her pockets. "Give me that phone!" he roared. He'd seen the old mobile phones. There'd been at least 4 inside the box. Kat visualized his rough hand on her wrist before she could bring the spray in play. "You never tested it into the sink like you were supposed to." The crevice in the dirty floor of the barn. Cap the bastard. That idle hand, lifeless, chopped from a body by a sharp stone and left amongst the spoor of livestock. A grooved human chin, wet from feasting. Kat backed into the sink. The rim indented her buttocks. She thumped one hand outwards, fingers wide, into Beard's sternum. Her free hand scrabbled at her hip until her fingertips found the pocket of her jogging bottoms. Beard snatched her outstretched arm at the wrist. She pulled back with all of her might and sat in the sink. A sudden sharp pain from the taps pressing into her lower back stabbed some purpose into her mind. Kat dipped her hand inside her pocket, and the canister slipped into her palm. Beard grasped her weapon arm below the shoulder. He didn't prevent its range of movement because he wanted to see what she held in her hand. He suspected a phone, not a weapon. "See?" Kat said. "Lip balm." Beard moved his face closer, eyes wide to identify what lay inside her palm. Kat's index finger slipped into the groove intended for a woman's frightened finger. The top of the can was black and made from rubber. She thought of how the pepper had burned her whole life away for 20 minutes at school camp. "Watch for blowback." "'Tis that. What you got?" Beard demanded. And then his ruddy, veiny face and bulging eyes were engulfed by the discharge of an aerosol. Small droplets cavorted in their thousands. Chapter 31. Mouth open to inhale, Helene caught another small wave in the face. Engulfed by the shock of choking on seawater, she flailed. Panic brought immediate clarity to her vision, electrifying her awareness, but failing to fully extend into her muscles. She was too weary, losing rhythm. Practiced movements were heavier, clumsy, slowing. Her half-closed eyes stung. The inside of her ears throbbed like thumbs beneath misjudged hammer strokes. Her nose burned and tendrils of pain threaded her sinuses. Her face might have been struck by a shovel carven from solid ice. Helene floated on her back to regain her breath, to ease the terror of the wave flushing her mouth. She calmed and discovered that the persistent anxiety about how long she could swim worried her less than it had when she hit the water so long ago. She turned onto her tummy and began breaststroking, slowly, her shoulders screaming, but at least her head was more out of the water than under it. 10 minutes later, she was sure she saw an object on the surface. A moment later, it appeared to be another head, some distance to her right. She stopped swimming and trod water. Peering about, she waited for a series of small waves to slope away and reveal the dark blur facing her, a shape different in color and form from the surrounding air and water. There it was again. Helene struck out for it, losing sight of the object briefly before her frantic vision rediscovered the dark sphere. She lost it again in a trough, then found it. The fact that she took so long to reach the buoy when it had never been far away was a fresh blow to her confidence about her progress. A fear of swimming against a current or tide from the beginning made her body seem twice as heavy. Maybe her sluggishness in the presence of the marker signified a current. She didn't know. She couldn't read the symbols of the sea. Reaching the buoy, Helene engulfed the slimy sphere with her hands as if it were her own child. By pressing it down and under the surface, she attempted to rest her chest and chin upon it. At the first 3 clumsy attempts, the buoy slipped between her stiff white hands, bobbed up and away. Beneath the surface, a rope disappeared straight down, so she coiled her legs around the mooring to keep the buoy still. Mussel shells encrusting the rope cut rough and sharp against her calf muscles and ankles, but she kept hold of the buoy. Once clear of the water, her shoulders and upper arms told her how much they ached. Oddly, she no longer felt cold. That couldn't be a good sign, not after she'd been in the water for so long. Looking to the land, she could see that the distant hill lights still appeared small, but the separation between the lonely vigil of one light and its neighbors seemed much greater now, wider. If the lights were further apart, then she must be closer to land. These lights were not strung along the shoreline. They were shining from buildings and distant hills. The coastline must be some distance below and before the faraway beacons. She had made progress, a lot of progress. There was only a trace of illumination from the distant moon, and no light pollution along the coast. By concentrating her gaze straight ahead, she just made out the lumpy silhouette of a rocky coastline, an uneven line barely distinguishable in the darkness. The rocks of the shoreline were a lighter color than the oily sea, but still distant. Helene pressed her face against the slippery buoy and wept for a few seconds. She'd come so far. She'd come so close. Further ahead of her, she saw another buoy, dark and bobbing like the head of another person in the water, maybe 20 meters ahead. Looking about herself, she noticed another one behind her. Further to her left, she thought she could see another two. Why they were there was a maritime mystery, but she just swum across 2 parallel lines of buoys anchored to the ocean floor by rope, and to place her numb and wrinkled hands upon something man-made almost kidded her, for a short time, that she was close to saving herself from the sea. But how far out in the water these buoys were, and how far away the distant, patchy suggestion of rocky land, she couldn't accurately judge. And what of her frozen body if she even managed to claw herself onto those rocks? She knew she had little strength remaining, and would be unable to walk if she even made it ashore. Of that she was certain. The end of her natural resources approached. The swim had kept her afloat and active, but merely reaching the first buoy had sapped what felt like the very last of her strength. She turned her weary face to the sky, and then pushed herself away from the buoy. She swam on her side in the direction of the next one. Falta and the lights. Falta, the lights. Falta. Chapter 32. Hands with skin as hard as old shoe leather clapped the outside of Kat's shoulders. Great paws cupped, crushed, and yanked her upwards. Torn from the sink, the top of her buttocks caught a tap spout. Panic rioted inside her skull. Her strength fled, resolve following. Had the canister only ejected a spraying agent and not a blinding chemical? You're supposed to shake it. Did I? Beard had merely blinked under the aerosol's deluge, but barely slowed. She must have squirted water from a dud. Use by date. The phrase screamed at Kat accusingly. The hairy killer was not for slowing down. He hauled her like a child across the bathroom, onto the landing. Pulled about too forcefully to keep her feet, she went down. On her knees, she said, "Please." She wasn't sure what happened next, but her attacker's hands unclenched, releasing her bloodless arms. Looking through her hair at the floor, she was braced to receive a blow from above when a roar of animal pain filled the entire cottage, vibrating through timber and brick. A glance up. Not much of Beard's head was visible. Inside a halo of wild, graying hair and crispy beard, his thick-fingered hands clutched at his face. He bent double, bellowed again. Tears dropped from his chin and splashed onto his tattooed forearms. Delayed effect. Kat stood up. Without giving notice of her approach, Headscarf appeared on the stairs. She peered between the banisters, the rat face inquisitive. "What's wrong, eh?" she said. "What's she done?" Sprightly for a woman in her 60s, Headscarf skipped onto the landing and grabbed E by an arm. "Let me see," she demanded of him, like a mother before a son with something stuck in his eye. Maybe they were family. "Bloody spray!" Beard roared and spat gobs down his chin. Fuck! Headscarf frowned, trying to comprehend, and Kat took 2 steps into the melee and laced the woman's face from close range. This time she wiggled her wrist like she was a graffiti artist with a spray can tagging a concrete bridge. The woman stumbled back, lowering her face. "Bitch!" She instinctively thrust out a knobbly hand in defense, arthritic fingers gripping a black hand axe, before screaming from the agony engulfing her eyes and sinuses. Kat dithered, tried to remember her plan. It had been simple, but her mind blanked amidst the screams, the tears, the screwed-up faces, the flying saliva. Get past them and run. She dosed them good, but didn't know how long the spray's caustic effects lasted. To make sure, she positioned the can under Beard's covered face as he spat and grunted at the floor, his head almost between his knees, and discharged it again. He pulled away violently and knocked Headscarf down. He carried on capering and wheeling until his back hit the wall outside her bedroom. Something like hope merged with delight and surged like electrical current. Kat ran the last few feet of the landing, tucked her body between the roaring oaf and the staircase. One hand on the railing, on legs unaccustomed to moving quickly, she padded down the stairs. The bright ground floor of her home reappeared in her vision. The sight was blessed. Hesitation gripped her again outside the kitchen. Her legs were shaking, her hands too. They had her car keys and her phone. That's right, she was supposed to retrieve those from her captors once she'd sprayed their faces. In hindsight, that part, the spraying, seemed to have gone too smoothly. Recovery of her car keys or phone, or preferably both, chimed new alarms. Should she run from the house in the dark? How far would she get? She wasn't fit. Her neighbor was elderly and probably wouldn't open her door in the early hours. Further up the lane were another 2 cottages, each owned by elderly widows, though one of them, Grace, usually had her daughter staying over. A quick survey of the kitchen counters and then the living room, the sofa, the coffee table, the bookshelves and counters, revealed neither phone nor car keys. Kat returned to the hall and stuffed her feet into a pair of trainers. She looked up. Beard was ranting, his broad West Country accent more pronounced when in pain. The timbre of his voice alone was terrifying, and he was fumbling his way down the stairs like a blind man. One eye kept trying to open before clenching shut again like a frantic red snail inside its shell. But if that bloodshot orb managed to remain slightly open, and the pepper spray was too old to be effective for long, she'd be in all kinds of trouble again and fast. Kat unlatched the door and undid the mortise lock. The door handle had little give. Locked. They'd removed the Yale key from the main lock. The sounds of her scrabbling at the cottage entrance incited greater efforts from Beard. He thumped his feet down the few remaining stairs. If his cruel hand seized her now, he'd just hang on. He'd make sure next time. Half-finished job. Kat sidestepped into her tiny kitchen. She glanced about. Toaster, breadboard covered in crumbs and dirty knives, dirty dishes, microwave, dirty pans. Panting, shaking his messy head, Beard angled his face down in case gravity offered relief from the sting and clawed at the front door. He pressed his hands against the wood and seemed relieved to find the door closed. Clearing his nostrils onto her mat like a bullock, he realized that his quarry was still indoors. The cottage was small. Even blind, he'd find the bitch. With a clarity that made her grow cold, Kat understood that if he got hold of her now, he'd probably kill her where she stood. At the very least, he'd knock her senseless. And then, do unto others. She opened 2 cupboards beside the oven. Food mixer, oven trays, bin bags, tinfoil on a roll, cling film, but nothing to weaponize. Cutlery drawer next. Kat opened it so fast her drawer reached the end of its runners and snapped them. Beard must have heard the tinkle of sharp metal things. He turned from the door and tried to force that ulcer of an eye open. Kat stepped up to the kitchen doorway and re-sprayed his hoary face. With a roar, he tumbled backwards, escaping most of the fresh dose, but a few droplets must have entered the puffy slit of his parted eyelid. His hips struck the cabinet storing unopened post and racked shoes. A grasping hand tore 2 coats down. The can's tiny load was nearly spent, the nozzle fizzing alarmingly during the last dispatch. And now she'd made him even angrier. Once this conflict concluded, one of them would not be getting up again. She swallowed this revelation like bile, but with her advantage, the idea also excited her in a perverse, shameful way. Kat retreated to the drawer that tilted out of the fitted kitchen unit. Headscarf was washing her face upstairs. Kat heard the gush of a tap. The wrinkled rat must have sunk its burning face inside the basin to stop the pain. Kat removed kitchen scissors from the cutlery drawer, dropped them, snatched the small, sharp paring knife, pocketed the weapon, then grabbed the wooden rolling pin she'd only used once in a disastrous attempt to make pastry, a beef Wellington so dry and misshapen that she and Steve had been forced to order takeout. They had eventually laughed until they cried. "Can I watch it go into the bin?" Steve had asked. "Bastard," she'd called back at him, helpless with laughter. "Bitch!" Beard roared from the kitchen doorway like a bee-stung bear, obliterating the brief echo of her dead lover. He knew she was in the kitchen and was aware of the room's tiny dimensions, its potential as a domestic killing bottle. He'd been foraging in there for long enough, making endless cups of coffee like a recovering alcoholic, and had smoked so many roll-ups the room was now fungal from tobacco fumes. He'd made her space his own, and he would kill her upon its linoleum floor. Even with him blind, his monstrous hands would still inflict catastrophic damage. They were tree roots wrapped in moleskin, capable of crushing a windpipe like a bunch of spring onions. She was cornered. From the back pocket of his jeans he pulled a flint hand axe. His hairy mitt cupped it, point down, as if he intended to hammer something hard. Steve. Kat remembered the sounds of Steve's body coming apart in the dirt. Beard stepped inside the kitchen. Kat stepped up to him and brought the wooden rolling pin down so hard and with such a wild swing she clipped the kitchen light. It shattered. Glass in the metal casing showered the floor, but the arc of the makeshift club, this comedy weapon that seemed to have passed from a Tom and Jerry cartoon and into her hands, connected with Beard's head. She caught him where the simian forehead sloped. He grunted, dropping his head, feet planted. Vibrations passed along Kat's arms. The wooden pin had bounced off his skull with an almighty coconutting sound that made her feel sick, the impact suggesting his head was a hollow wooden vessel. A bright streak of blood bisected his face, passing between his swollen eyes and around his flat nose to creep through the untidy mustache. Tributaries of crimson spread through his hairline. Kat's nausea slid from 6 to 10. Beard clumsily swiped his arm through the air, the hand axe at its end. Whisking the air, the weapon passed no more than a few inches from her eyes. It would have opened her face like a sandwich. Dizzy, panting like a dog on a hot day, Kat's thoughts fell about inside her mind like drunks. She really wanted this to stop. You made him bleed. Sprayed him 3 times. Why won't he fucking stop? Why won't they all fucking die? This is your house. They killed Steve. Upstairs, Headscarf was sniffing and jabbering. To herself? No, because the old woman had climbed the stairs with a phone in her hand. But would she be able to see the screen and activate a call with her eyes clenched shut? Or maybe she'd already initiated a phone call to one of her colleagues before she'd run up the stairs. Beard shuffled about, trying to regroup his wits inside the earthquake Kat had just dropped onto his skull. He readied himself for another swing that would swipe deeper inside the tiny room. One of his big arms pulled back, a fleshy catapult, determined to tear her soft body apart with a primitive implement, the tool that had reduced her lover to wet pieces on a grubby floor that stank of animal shit. And that's all they were now, savages, swinging sharp stones and clubs at each other inside a soiled cave. Kat stopped thinking, stopped informing herself, stopped hoping, stopped despairing. "You dirty bastard!" she screamed, and went at Beard. The second, third, and fourth blows were easier to deliver against his big head. Kat bowled down more of the light and some ceiling paint and plaster with her backswings, but she caught the top of his head, the side of it above an ear, and then the back of his skull. Beard blindly thrust out an arm in defense, and she battered that too, twice, until it was withdrawn. She only stopped swinging when she was too tired to raise her arms, and when her horror at herself overcame what had felt like elation as she destroyed the intruder. Beard's head was wet, darker, dripping. He was less vocal, truly one of the red folk now, repainted by her and brought down by one of their own notorious techniques. It all seemed to fit. Beard slumped against the washing machine. His mouth moved. Nothing much came out of it, nothing intelligible. As he turned from her blows, she'd seen the oblong outline of a smartphone in the rear pocket of his jeans. He was now sitting on the device. E? You get her?" Headscarf shouted from the top of the stairs, in between sniffs and expulsions from her nostrils. "Not done yet." Kat stepped over Beard's legs. One of his feet scraped purposelessly against the lino, his head leaking horribly, but Kat continued up the stairs to deal with the old woman who would still be half-blind. No one gets left behind. And then she'd need her phone, and she'd need the police here fast. As Kat jogged the last few stairs, Headscarf fumbled her way into the bedroom, slapping her hands about the walls, directing orders at someone she couldn't even see. "Get away, bitch! Get away! I got the cancer! I'm ill! Don't hurt me!" She clutched a phone in one hand. The screen was glowing. She'd called someone. Kat clenched her teeth and raised the wooden club in her hand. "We're all monsters here. We're all red now." Chapter 33. As she closed the distance between the first and second buoy, the lack of sensation in Helene's arms and legs made her think of waterlogged timber. Using one arm to slowly claw forward, she tried to swim on her side, but a scissor kick proved too much for her numb legs, and they drifted like deadweight. A tourniquet of bruise now encircled her neck and her lower back. Halfway across, she went under, twice. Slipping under shocked her enough to force her arms to reach and grasp the second buoy. When her head nudged the hollow plastic sphere, she managed to cling to it with half-paralyzed hands. Falta, Falta, Falta. My light. She reached the third buoy, 20 meters from the second, on her back. Unable to kick her depleted legs, she merely wafted her arms at her side, drifting more than sculling. Repeatedly stopping and looking over her shoulder to keep its blob of a silhouette visible, she eventually bumped the plastic ball, then hugged it. Falta and light. A strident but thinning chorus of drunken thoughts urged an attempt to reach the next buoy. Each one would take her closer to the rocks. They seemed to continue in a line forever. Lights. Falta. Helene set off for the fifth buoy while still able to move her shoulders. The ball joints were grinding dry sockets. Curiously warm from the chest down, she had more of a memory of her legs and feet than any real sensation in them now. Her body was too heavy. The next buoy never materialized. She lost it in the darkness. Too tired to lift her head much, she drifted on her back, arms stroking at the water. Undulating with the swell, the shivering returned and was far worse than when she'd first entered the sea. Water filled her ears and iced her feeble thoughts. Her breathing sped up, but she might have been holding her breath. Gazing at the stars, the sea took her. She thought the great black tide was returning her out there, and almost didn't care. Falta. Chapter 34. All was silent upstairs once she'd finished with headscarf. She'd truly finished her, too. Shaky, but aglow with a strange satisfaction, Kat threw the rolling pin onto the bed, then returned to the ground floor. The warm, full feeling in her tummy was like the quenching of an enduring thirst. But what had been so parched? Beard was crawling in the hallway, his head down between his shoulders. He couldn't see where he was going, and Kat had no fear of him getting to his feet again. The vibrations of solid wood cracking against his skull remained in her hands and forearms like trapped static, a sense memory. Remaining cautious, she withdrew the paring knife from the pocket of her joggers and held it to the rear of his neck. Fishing inside the back pocket of his jeans with 3 fingers, she retrieved her phone and the front door key attached to the octopus keyring that Steve had won in an arcade. The screen of her iPhone was splintered. In the kitchen, she stepped around shards of glass from the obliterated light fitting, turned on the bulb inside the extractor hood. She activated the handset. Waiting for the software to load, she stepped over Beard and unlocked the front door, but she couldn't open her route to freedom wide enough to pass through, obstructed as it was by the directionless shifting of his body. If she'd thought her anger depleted and sluiced away by her liberal use of the rolling pin and pepper spray, she was mistaken. There was ample heat left, and it flared alight, hot and red and quickly, at this new obstacle. She swung the door from side to side quickly, slamming the edge against Beard's ribs until he fell onto his side and cleared the exit. On the front path, Kat hauled the cold night air to the bottom of her lungs. When was the last time she'd breathed so deeply? She bent double and retched onto the paving. Gathering her breath and wiping the hair from her face, she straightened. Her leg muscles had jellied. She'd wrenched tendons, too, and muscles in her stomach while battering her foe. But her mind was perplexed more than shocked at the idea of what she'd just done to 2 human heads. Why the heads? 15 years of pain might have just discovered an outlet at the side of her bed and inside her tiny kitchen. Processing that might take a lifetime. Join the queue? Without a tremor of pity, she wondered whether she'd killed Headscarf. He must be in shock, she told herself. Back inside the hall, Kat unhooked the one coat remaining on the rack, slipped her arms inside the jacket, then left the house, shutting its door and its red-faced horrors inside. She walked uphill, following the lane connecting her home to what serviced as a village center, in reality a crossroads of two lanes. There wasn't even a shop up there anymore. From there she would walk to Ivycombe, where there would be more light and more people. Without much enthusiasm, she mused that she should call an ambulance for the red folk inside her home. But before she moved far, her body crashed, the trembling in her limbs unstoppable. Her thoughts diffused into irrelevance. Parts of the last few hot minutes slipped out of sequence in her memory and into vivid flashes of sound and image that she struggled to anchor in narrative. Other thoughts were intent on digression, on scattering along pointless paths. She thought about selling her house, and her mind filled with a list of what she would need to do to relocate. Concerns about her deadlines at the magazine mixed themselves up with plans for her next meal. It had been cup of soup and plain biscuits for 4 days, when she could stomach them. Then she was crying hard and saying her mum's name. The icons and text on the phone screen were as fractured as a glass. Thumbing through the call list, she found the number for the detective, Lewis. He'd called her. Steve was the detective's case. Her own case was now connected to Steve's. Lewis knew what she'd discovered about Redstone. He should be the first to know what had happened to her. She tapped the call icon. Her phone sought the connection. "Kat?" Lewis answered quickly, his voice taut, breathless. He was driving. "The police need to be here. Get here." "What's wrong?" "They killed Steve. I saw it." "I'm sorry? Some of the people who killed him are in my house." Where are you now, Kat?" "Home. Near there. They'll need an ambulance." A long pause ensued. All she could hear was his breathing. "I'll get a car out to you. I'm on my way, too. Stay where you are." And then she thought of the tall blonde woman, Helene. "She was only looking for her brother. They took her, too. They made me give her to them." "Kat, you're not making sense. I need you to calm down and to stay right where you are." "You have to find her. Helene. They have her, too." Chapter 35. A distant, muffled roar. The crash of water against rock. A sound Helene had not heard since being carried out to the boat, hooded and bound. Stiff and racked with shivering, she righted herself in the Black Sea. Her feet and hands might have dropped away into the darkness below, so she tipped her head back to keep her face clear of the surface. If she went under, she'd never make it back to the air. There was too little movement remaining in her depleted, dragging legs. Her eyes flicked around, looking for where the sea met the rocks to create the muted impact at its border before the land began. Only then did she see the light to her right. Small, bright, not unlike a star in the far distance. It returned a sense of perspective to a mind lost in the watery expanse, amidst beacons that never drew closer. She waved her arms harder so that her whole head might break free of the water and see this light better. When enough water had run from her ears, Helene heard distant laughter. One man, then another. Wheezy, hearty laughter traveling through the stillness. She called out, and she called out again. She called, "Help!" Her voice was thin, and even quieter than the slop of the small waves in the windless air. But she kept on calling despite the shudders shaking her jaw. She fluttered her hands at her side. She was beyond swimming, and only wanted to stay afloat a little longer. As horrid as the sensation was, at least she was shivering. The muscle convulsions had started when she'd left the last buoy. Her exhausted limbs had slowed, and her blood had cooled too quickly. Her body's engine was no longer able to generate enough heat to combat the permanent, withering, debilitating cold. "This is the end of me, the end of myself. I just wanted to stop." The laughter stopped, and Helene cried, "No, don't go away." She dipped under, fighting the water to get her head back above the surface. If she stopped moving, she would go down fast. A pull from below, a freezing magnetism between her body and a black depth. Overcoming the shaking of her jaw, she cried out, "Help!" again, as loud as she possibly could. The cry doused one of the few remaining embers of life in her. The voices returned. They were no longer laughing. She heard the voices talking hurriedly, as if they'd been frightened by something. 2 more lights joined the first. The first was stationary. The new lights moved through the air, sideways, along what must be the shore. "There!" a man cried out. A thin band of grayish light flicked over the black surface so near to Helene's face. A torch. Under its beam, the seawater looked like thin oil. An uneven silhouette moved behind the light, behind the silhouette, the sudden outline of what might have been a hill. Dull glimmers of stone suggested themselves. The shore. She'd come in much closer than she anticipated. So long had she been in the cold water, the textures and idea of land had erased themselves from her mind. She'd almost made it. A moment of fascination gripped her, a wonderment at herself. She'd been dropped into the middle of the sea and swum so far, so close to the land. She'd nearly done it all by herself. "Falta," she whispered. A second tiny orb of light followed the first. More of the vague grayish illumination appeared on the water near her head. "Christ," a voice said. "There's someone in the water." "Can you hear me?" a second voice called. Helene nodded, then remembered she needed to keep making noise. "Cold." A new sound entered the worst night of her life, but one that offered an outcome she'd never considered, and it took Helene several seconds to understand that the noise she heard closing on her position was that of a human body wading through water. "Baby, Mama's comin'." Chapter 36. A car engine revved. Headlights appeared and disappeared as the road twisted beneath the vehicle. It sped along a lane shielded by stone walls and unkempt hedgerow. As familiar as Kat was with the road, the speed of the vehicle hurtling in her direction forced her to retreat from the bend. A speeding car on a narrow, unlit B road could easily swing round a corner and destroy a pedestrian. It had happened out here. After all she'd been through, the possibility of being knocked down by a police car was ironic, but too horribly plausible to dismiss. She pushed her body into the foliage. She'd covered no more than half a mile since leaving the cottage. A few lights outside the distant houses of Ivycombe were visible ahead. If this car carried the police, she could easily return home and begin what would be the first of many explanations. But Headscarf had also managed a phone call while half-blind. The woman's phone had been active when Kat caught up with her at the foot of her bed. "I got the cancers. All over. Don't. They made me do it so I could have more time." The screen of Headscarf's phone had been glowing, so Kat had smashed the device from the woman's hand, breaking her thin forearm with a muffled, sickening crack. So fierce had been her hate for the bird-like creature who'd watched her shower and use the toilet during her captivity that she'd proceeded to belabor the woman into total silence, knocking her about the head, shoulders, and neck before leaving her crumpled down the side of the bed and leaking into the carpet. As Kat crouched inside the hedge, what was foremost in her mind was who Headscarf had called and notified of Kat's unexpected insurrection. She feared the swift arrival of brutish reinforcements before the police lights turned the night blue and red. The red folk, she assumed, would travel from Redstone, Red Country, and 30 minutes away by road if a car was driven as if in a rally. But it shouldn't take the police more than 15 minutes to get to her from Divilmouth if they got a move on. 10 minutes had passed since she'd called Detective Lewis. The vehicle whipped past Kat. The occupant hadn't seen her, but when the car braked hard for the corner, she caught a glimpse of the driver. Lewis. He must have been driving when she'd called him, maybe on duty and using local roads. Uniformed police and an ambulance would surely follow the detective once he'd looked inside the cottage. Kat forced herself out of the hedgerow and headed back to her house. The police would be forced to detain her on account of what she'd done to Beard and Headscarf, and for using an illegal weapon. But no matter, she'd explain everything. She wouldn't be a criminal for long. She'd soon be labeled a victim who'd survived a terrifying ordeal, and the revelations that she'd hit the local authorities with would return this small plot of hilly land to the nation's headlines. The role and reputation of the Brickburg Caves would be revised, because the horrors of its history were not the preserve of the distant past. A new elation at simply being alive was matched by the prospect of telling the police all she knew. Together, she and the rule of law could put an end to the despicable scourge that emanated from Redstone Farm. She'd be instrumental in killing it before anyone else was murdered. Kat's eyes moistened as she began to realize she had a future again, and how important a role she must play in the days ahead. As she wiped away her tears and gathered her wits to explain the awful scene that Detective Lewis was about to discover in her home, Kat realized something else. She was a much stronger person than she'd ever known herself to be. She smiled. The expression felt unfamiliar around her mouth, like sticky food or a tickling stray hair. Chapter 37. 2 night fishermen found her, 15 meters out from the shore. Larry and Ian were local men who decided to fish that night because of the clement weather. With their tackle, stove, and the live sand eels they favored for bait, they'd set up at a favorite spot accessible by foot from deeper inland. Over the years they had walked from their cars to that same spot to haul flatfish, bass, mackerel, and pollock from a pebbly shoreline, from spring right through the summer. That night they had arrived at their preferred spot just before dusk's indigo light had vanished like a ghost. 2 hours later, they'd seen the lights of the boat that had taken Helene out to sea. 3 white dots in the distance. They judged the craft to have left a beach half a mile down the coast from where they found the girl in the water. Almost imperceptible to Helene, as she plowed headfirst and onwards and seemingly for miles into the black freeze, a northerly current had caused her to drift to where the men had chosen to fish. Many other things had conspired to save her too, as if the natural world had compelled her to live. A calm sea, warmer than usual spring temperatures at play upon the surface during the day for the previous 2 months, following a mild winter, an incoming tide that had turned in her favor, and the presence of 2 fishermen who'd wanted to take advantage of the fair evening weather. It had all added up. The stamina she had built up by swimming regularly to avert her own melancholy, frustration, and the anxieties that life seemed intent on heaping upon her shoulders had also made a significant contribution. Had she not swum so hard for so long, she would have drifted past the fishermen. Had the buoys marking rows of crab pots not appeared, her sodden remains might have been picked up over the very crabs the pots were designed to trap. Every variable had coalesced favorably, fortuitously saving her life and her daughter's future. But her love for her child had played the biggest role. If she'd believed in such things, and she was tempted to, Helene would have concluded that she was not destined to die that night because of Valda. When Helene's story was shared at the hospital, the fishermen were even more surprised at how far the pale woman must have swum than they had been when they heard her voice near the rocks where they'd been standing to cast their lines. Ian was 46. He'd fished her out. Before walking into the sea, he'd stripped down to his underwear so that he'd have warm clothes to cover a cold body when he came out. Without much thought about his own safety, he'd waded up to his shoulders, adjusting his body to the water's temperature to prevent cold water shock. He'd then swum another few meters, slipped a hand beneath the young woman's chin, and pulled her to shore, swimming on his side, scissor-kicking for propulsion. Later, he'd said that just getting her to the rocks had taken most of his strength, but he added that his endeavor was truly put into perspective by what she'd endured and achieved on her own in open, wild water for so long. In her hospital bed, Helene had managed to smile. She'd said, "You get used to it." She'd been moments from losing full consciousness and was only half awake when Larry and Ian pulled her out of the water. Had she lost consciousness and sunk any further into the hypothermia she'd already succumbed to, the 2 men would have needed to attempt CPR on the rocks amidst their tackle and continue the treatment until the arrival of an ambulance. During the time it would have taken an ambulance to reach that part of the shore and return Helene to the specialist unit at Divilmouth Hospital, she'd probably have passed out and sunk away from this life. Even if she'd still been alive when she'd been admitted to the hospital, the doctor had told her she wouldn't have been far from needing a cardiopulmonary bypass. This would have required the extraction of blood that would then have to be warmed before an emergency transfusion. Extracorporeal membranous oxygenation, that's what the doctor had called it. But Helene had avoided that eventuality, and sidestepped weeks of convalescence because the fishermen had acted so quickly following the miracle of hearing her crying out from the offshore darkness. Ian and Larry had torn off her wet clothes and dried her with a blanket. Beside their camping stove, they had hastily hauled a spare fleece and the second fisherman's combat trousers onto her body. Larry had forced hot coffee into her mouth after telling her to cough. She'd not known why, but had obeyed him and coughed. Larry told her later that he needed to make sure that she could still swallow before giving her coffee. When she'd coughed gently, he'd wasted no time giving her the hot drink from his flask. The coffee had streaked warmth through her chest like new blood. The men had then tugged 2 hats over her head and pulled 2 pairs of socks over frozen feet that had begun to resemble new marble. Ian's extreme weather jacket had covered the fleece when zipping to her shivering chin. Around the coat had gone their second blanket. Their swift actions had begun the steady return of warmth to her body. They'd headed off the coma that had only been moments away. Supporting her body in the crooks of their elbows like an injured athlete, they'd taken it in turns to carry her up a hill and along 2 dirt tracks to their pickup. "She's a weight? Don't say that to a lady. She's tall is what I meant." And so it had gone, brief exchanges between the men's hard breathing as they'd struggled from the exertion of getting her up that hill. Eventually, with her body between them, one holding her legs, the other her arms, they'd stumbled to Larry's Mitsubishi. Neither man had stopped checking to see if she was awake or telling her to stay awake. When they'd reached the vehicle, Larry had needed to sit down. He was pushing 63 and had exhausted himself getting her that far. Even in darkness, Helene had noticed the sickly pallor of his face against the dark vehicle. An ambulance met them before they had time to leave in the pickup. In that part of the country, people knew what to do when someone was pulled from the water. They weren't all bad, Helene had since decided. 3 strangers might have taken her out to sea and thrown her over the side of a boat, but 2 other strangers had fished her back out again and saved her life. Odder things might have happened to a girl during a weekend away from home, but never to her. Chapter 38. Lewis came out of the cottage unsteadily, and it appeared to Kat that he might be sick. His handsome features had no color beyond an ashen gray. When he paused to grip the porch post under the carriage light, Kat stepped out of the darkness. As if electrocuted, Lewis flinched. He seemed frightened of her. No one had ever been frightened of her before, but Kat sensed his struggle to connect the carnage inside the house to the tearful woman he'd met in Sheila's office. "What the fuck did you do?" he said. Kat didn't answer. As if to prompt a response, Lewis pointed at the open door. He was wearing a fashionable suit, Hugo Boss. She recognized the cut from a recent feature she'd written in Devon Life and Style. It looked like the sample they'd been sent that had been too small for Steve. "I'd say the response was proportionate." "What?" "They've kept me captive for 4 days, in there, my home. They were going to kill me." Lewis remained speechless. His eyes worked hard at her face. Comprehension was losing out to shock. "Have you called an ambulance?" Kat asked. The unnatural calm in her voice surprised her. The detective nodded. "Where are the others?" "Who?" "The police." Lewis finally stood taller, straighter, as if she'd reminded him of his role. "On their way. I need to make a statement. I know what happened to Steve, my boyfriend." She nodded at her house. "They killed him. I saw them do it. They had to wait a while before they could fake my suicide as well." Lewis finally came out from under the porch canopy. He looked drained and sick. One of his eyelids spasmed. He was fairly young, and Kat assumed he'd little experience of serious crimes. "I'm afraid you've got your work cut out, Detective. For the next few years, at least, I'd say you've said enough." And Kat's arm was up and behind her back. He'd moved so quickly, turned her round and pressed her thumb so far into the palm of her hand that the pain immobilized her. "Hey!" Her left arm was snatched from the air and brought about to join the other. Kat tried to kick her heel into the detective's shin. In response, he depressed her thumb further into the palm of her hand, and she screamed from a lightning bolt of agony, shooting up her arm to dazzle her brain. Her strength withered as his muscular hands tugged her wrists to the small of her back. Aftershave engulfed her head as Lewis pushed her down, face first into the tarmac. Her ribs impacted with the unforgiving road surface. She moved her head to the side at the final moment and issued a thin scream. A broad knee thumped between her shoulders and knocked the breath from her lungs. A bracelet looped her wrists. Plastic clicked. The band tightened, cutting into her flesh. A plastic tie. As the knee was withdrawn from her back, his hand slipped inside the collar of her hooded top and clenched. Kat was yanked to her feet, choking as the fabric noosed her throat, bruising the cartilage. "What? You fuck!" she managed to scream. A hand squashed her mouth closed. "Shut it!" A command that ended in a hateful hiss, hot inside her ear. Spun around, Kat was dragged backwards. Her heels scraped the road to the man's car. The detective's hands remained clamped around her middle, but someone inside the vehicle opened the rear door. Springs in the upholstery sounded beneath the weight of the passenger with whom she was going to share the rear. The opening of the door activated the vehicle's interior lights, and Kat was tugged about face. What sat in the rear of Lewis's car grinned at her, a thing that seemed to have climbed out of hell's mouth to take a seat in a private vehicle. Luridly white eyes, set in a face the red of blood drained from veins, expressed a sadistic glee. 2 rows of pale teeth split the rust-colored head. Kat pushed back against Lewis. "No!" He picked her body from the ground and stuffed her inside the rear of the vehicle, head first, right into the naked lap of the thing that reached out with its red arms to receive the new passenger. Chapter 39. Would you recognize the place if you saw it again? Do you think you could identify the people with the dogs who confronted you? Helene nodded, though her eyes betrayed her discomfort at the idea of going back to the farm she knew as Redstone Crossroads. The female police officer, WPC Swan, smiled. You'd be perfectly safe. You wouldn't even need to get out of the car. But if a search is required of that farm and arrests have to be made, we need to be certain that we're looking in the right place. Redstone covers a lot of ground, mostly farmland. Your brother made the recordings in a quarry west of the crossroads? Helene nodded again. The policewoman bit the inside of her cheek. A lot of old quarries there, that's the problem. 7, in fact. They're dotted for miles around those crossroads and cover land owned by at least 5 different farms. His disc was labeled Redstone Crossroads. He must have made the recording close to the farm I visited. And what about the men from the boat? We have an idea who one of them might be. We're looking for him now. But you don't have him? Not yet. He's not home. Helene let that sink in, then sat up in her bed. My daughter, you said you'd get in touch with the West Midlands police. She's fine, the policewoman said and leaned forward, one hand lowering close to Helene's arm. So is your mum. The police in Divilmouth had previously assured Helene that they would speak to the Midlands force to make certain that her mother and Valda were safe. Once her body temperature had been sufficiently restored, and as soon as she'd woken from a deep, exhausted slumber, the first thing she'd done was call home at 6 o'clock that Sunday morning. Her mother had answered. She'd been asleep and the call had frightened her. No one called that early unless there was a problem. Helene's feat of endurance had left every muscle bruised and aching. Even walking to the toilet had required the support of a nurse and a wall to lean on, but she'd felt she had no choice other than explaining to her mother why she wouldn't be home that evening. She'd told her that she was in hospital and being treated for hypothermia, dehydration, and exhaustion. Hearing that, her mother had become breathless. Helene knew that she'd pawed at her heart too. She always did in moments of crisis. Helene had reassured her that she was much better. The doctors had said so. She might even be discharged in a day or 2, depending on the need for her bed, but she wouldn't be able to drive and would need to convalesce for weeks at home. Her return would also be delayed while she helped the police with their inquiries. Knowing no mother would have been satisfied with so little information, Helene confessed to Lincoln's connection to something illegal in South Devon. She didn't say much more beyond telling her mum that the horrible statuette of the dog-headed woman sent to Valda was part of this. Whoever was behind the gift had sent it as a warning for Helene to stop investigating her brother's last week alive. The people he'd interfered with in Devon had since interfered with her. Mercifully, her mother's shock and disbelief had prevented her asking any more questions. Helene had made her promise to take Valda to her flat. She'd also extracted an assurance that her mother would not open the door to anyone except a police officer with ID. Local police would check on her and Valda that morning. Helene had then ended the call while she'd had a chance. Since she'd come round, the idea that Lincoln might have experienced her own fate and been dumped in the sea to drown had filled her with rage, a fury recharging her strength more than the seep of vitality that came from resting in a hospital bed. She knew exactly how he would have suffered before succumbing to the water. But there had been no body, so Lincoln being thrown into the sea didn't entirely fit. They tended to find them down here, eventually. That's what the doctor had said. Most of what she'd remembered of the conversation on the boat was about something the 3 men had called the Red. One of them had said Lincoln had gone to the Red. The pig captain had also used the phrase as a threat to motivate the man called Phil. But the Red made no sense to the police at her bedside. Helene had also insisted to the officers that the attempt on her life had been carried out by 3 men acting on the orders of another. She was sure one of them had mentioned someone called the Witch Wife. The constables had tried not to smile. At 9, the police had confirmed that her car and some of her possessions had been found on the shoreline of a cove near Plymouth. Her shoes and rucksack had clearly been placed on the shore to make her disappearance look like suicide, and she told the officers just that. It was obvious, but only to her. At that stage, to her dismay, the police officers suspected she'd made up the entire story, that she'd entered the water of her own volition. Their eyes gave them away. The sea's currents were not in her story's favor. From that cove near Plymouth, the current could have eventually washed her to where the fishermen had found her in the water, exhausted, freezing, and close to unconsciousness. People who drowned further north, near Brickburg, were even known to wash up as far away as Dorset. The current patrolled the shoreline. Her blood work had been checked for drugs and alcohol. A trace of the wine that she'd drunk in her room at the guest house had shown up. Helene insisted that had she been intoxicated, she'd have made poor choices and died within minutes of entering the water. "The men in the boat can't know that I survived." Helene had blurted that out when the idea struck her. "They can't know. No one can know that I survived. Don't you see? That leaves me and my family in danger. They can't know you're here," the WPC with the kind face had said. "No one but us and the night staff who attended to you even know who you are. You're safe here, Helene." She'd succumbed to tears as she attempted to convince the police just how determined and serious her attackers had been. She'd also continued to insist the very same people had killed her brother 6 years before. But the constables had struggled to accept the Lincoln connection from the start. In their defense, as she'd shared her assumptions, the connection she'd made between the sounds that her brother had recorded underground so long ago and the recent attempt on her life had seemed just as preposterous to her. When 2 detectives arrived later, she repeated her story to them several times. Repeat tellings did not rid her story of its weird and fanciful character. In her statement, she provided information about Carol, the guest house, the Red people who'd assaulted her. An absurd story detailing abduction and attempted murder by people who'd painted themselves red. The more she insisted, the less the police seemed to listen. By early afternoon, she'd wanted to scream and to keep on screaming until they sedated her. By midday, the WPC brought news that no Carol had been traced. The guest house had been empty for some time. The nearest neighbors were certain that the owners, a retired couple, were in Spain, and this Cat, the disturbed journalist who had lured her down for the weekend, had also vanished. A subsequent visit to Cat's home by a patrol car revealed the cottage to be empty and locked. They were still looking for Cat, and no one that Helene had named was available to help the police with their inquiries. Only when she'd offhandedly mentioned Cat's boyfriend, Steve, did Helene detect a shift in the detective's tepid reaction to her wild tales. All 4 officers had exchanged glances across the bed. A detective had then furtively mentioned that the Coast Guard and Coastal Watch volunteers were currently looking for him in the sea. He'd been missing for 5 days. It was believed that he'd fallen from the coast path during a walk. Cat's mental state at the fete quickly acquired a new and startling significance. Helene's mind whirred until it ached. The journalist's instability at the Red Hill Festival might not have been a sign of Cat's heartbreak, but an indication of something much worse. If the same group who tried to murder her had taken Steve, then it was even possible that Cat might have been coerced into making Helene travel to Devon, as a means for someone to get Lincoln's recordings. Cat had been desperate to take the discs, and now she was missing too. "Cat," Helene had insisted. "You have to find Cat, Steve's girlfriend. She's involved. This is all connected. Steve, me, Cat, my brother, his bloody recordings. I don't know why or how, but Cat had information about my brother, or claimed she did. That's the only reason I came down here. And Cat was so bloody desperate for those discs, don't you see?" Unfortunately, the police didn't. Frustration burning more fiercely as each rebuttal registered, Helene had eventually closed her eyes against the impossibility of her situation. "How many of you will be in the car when we look at the farm?" she'd asked in resignation. It'll be us 2. Helene had looked them over carefully. A small, earnest woman and a man who couldn't have been older than 24 and appeared to be more of a veteran of the rugby pitch than of murder inquiries. Neither carried a sidearm. Our colleagues, the WPC offered, will also be checking the other farms in that area, backed up by what the neighboring force can provide in support. It's a joint task. Once we've identified the owners of the land that is relevant, we'll make thorough inquiries. We'll be sure to get you home to your daughter, too. This was said almost apologetically, as if the police were desperate to get her out of their jurisdiction. Can you have a look at this map now? On a tablet, upon which a Google map had been downloaded by the WPC, Helene traced her route on the coastal path and through each of the places where Lincoln had made the recordings. The two constables then conferred with each other near the door, until WPC Swan nodded decisively and said, "We'll start with Willows." Chapter 40. In anticipation of her own slaughter, a palsy came to Kat's limbs. To be here again, the scene of Steve's butchery, the abattoir. A highlights reel of stored grotesques ran through her mind, the shrieks, the crack of bone, the flecks of scarlet upon stone, a pale body glistening in thin light. "Stop!" Cap the bastard. Bestial whines, cutting through the narcotic fog, that yapping of devils, claws scrabbling upon rock below the barn, the haste for succor. Such noises left echoes in the mind. Feeding. The feeding. As above, so below. White eyes and red faces, all to be endured again. Near her cell on the farm, that very metal grate where her lover's broken body had lain confused and delirious, awaited her now. Steve's torments were over, and she envied him. Being conscious here was intolerable. With consciousness came its twin, awareness. Kat felt ready to take her own life. Better to do it to herself before she was torn apart and fed to dogs. No, no, no. She rocked back and forth inside the fusty, unlit room she'd been dragged into by Lewis and the grinning red fiend. Her hands itched maddeningly, the circulation almost cut off by the plastic tourniquet about her wrists. They left her kneeling on the dirty cement floor of an agricultural outbuilding where rank odors stained each air molecule. Maybe a wet carpet had once molded within the damp confines. A bare floor now served to signify the reduction in her status and her diminishing prospects, because the only way out of here was down there, into the red. In a few hours the sun would rise, but until then the barred window, encrusted with cobwebs and grime, would reveal nothing but a black square of deep night. When would they come? When she'd been delivered to her final destination earlier that evening, her captors had eschewed a hood. It had no longer mattered that she'd seen bits of the farm, because she was never leaving it. And in a darkness raked by headlights, a communal expectation had thickened the atmosphere. Cars had been parked in a lane outside an old house. A few people had milled in the road, tochers scything their haggard silhouettes. A small gathering. For her. For the reddening. What she saw of the house had sagged about a weed-corrupted lane of holed tarmac. Dim yellow light, edging the windows of the ground-floor rooms, offering a glimpse of ragged hedgerows, long grass, a deck where motionless figures had gathered to watch the detective's car pass. The carriage driving her deeper into where it all began and her final destination. Before she'd been interned in the grubby cell, her scant mental capacity, the fraction not consumed by fear, had grown aware of voices outside the detective's car, raised voices suggesting that everything might not have been going to plan for the red folk. She presumed she'd posed a setback, a thin Pyrrhic victory, and the only satisfaction she might derive from despair turning into a permanent state of mind. The torment of having been so close to freedom before it was snatched away was near impossible to acknowledge. She'd come so close to evading a death that she'd not imagined possible in the 21st century. Any hope of escaping that was a mirage now. What she'd done in her cottage had not been enough, because now there was this. As if marked indelibly during her first visit, her current dilemma appeared like destiny. She dealt with beard and headscarf in ways only conceivable in the psychotic fantasies of her lowest ebbs. Buried aggression, maybe, stored up since secondary school, then embellished by bad relationships and terrible jobs, and finally given vent? She didn't know. Though once she'd started down that path with weapons gripped in her manicured fists, not only had her actions become uncomfortably satisfying, but her will had seemed to surrender itself to— she wished she knew. And Lewis, that false savior who'd assaulted her and carried out the second abduction she'd endured within a week, had been displeased with his hosts on arrival. He'd pulled up beside the row of dilapidated buildings slumped beyond the sunken house and ranted at someone near the vehicle. She'd heard some of what the Judas had said, his voice hissing with rage. "There was fuck all on those discs. A few noises. What the hell were you thinking?" 2 motorbikes had passed then, the sounds of their engines hurting her ears. A car's headlights had followed the bikes. It was Tony's son, Finn, that Lewis had confronted. Kat recognized the ferret's voice when he spoke. "He got a lot from round here. Film, too. All we know is that we don't have it all. There must have been stuff in his flat we couldn't get out. We didn't know what the sister had." "Too late now, and you topped that photographer? You bloody mad? Madder than I gave you credit for. You're fucking everything up for yourselves. Do you think you're invincible? He saw things. We had an agreement this wouldn't happen again. You swore no one else would go. Sometimes shit has to happen. Pay them off, but don't— For God's sake, what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?" "What's necessary, and it gets worse, so you better get your head straight, Louie. We've also taken our local flyer, the one with the big mouth, on a journey he won't be returning from any time soon." Willow's son had only found the detective's distress amusing. "And your math's his way off, too. Keep up, Louie. There's the sister who came south for the ghost of her rubbernecking brother. We picked her up as well. She was blathering about uploading the recordings. Can you imagine that? We'd no idea what else she knew, which wasn't much as it happened. By then it was too late. She was in the middle of a red roaming. We put her over the side of a boat." At this news of Helene, Kat's head had dropped. She'd let the tears fall. This bitch of a hack's next. That news had swiftly returned her to the present. "Jesus wept," Lewis had said. "This stops, now." Finn Willows had spat on the ground. "Have you seen what she did to E and his mum?" "The journalists will make it 4. 4? Missing in a matter of weeks? This isn't bloody Mexico. 2 of yours need hospital. Enough of it. Our own will be taken care of, but listen carefully. Everyone's going to be keeping their heads down until we know it's in the wind. We're out tomorrow. We're leaving. And that's where you come in, detective. You're really going to earn your keep now. Plenty of your esteemed colleagues not familiar with the enchantments of this red earth and its ways may soon be poking their beaks in, when this nosy bitch can't be found. Enchantments, that's what you bloody call this. It's murder, multiple murder. For your own preservation, we'll need the inside track on everything. Every angle, every lead, so the red can deal with its foes in its own way, like it always has done." Kat had heard the detective groan at that, a sound dragging itself from his belly. "Jesus," he'd added, the word weighted with the opposite of salvation. "And remember your place, Louie. You're an associate, a lackey. She'll be here soon, and I don't want you running your mouth round her." "You bloody morons," Lewis had wailed, uselessly. Kat had sensed he'd never grasped the full vision of the red. "Hindsight's a wonderful thing, Louie. I bet it was for you, after playing blackjack online and pissing away 50 grand. I never agreed. Not this. You're in the middle, Louie, and everything's at risk. But in the scheme of things, nixing a few cuckoos is irrelevant." "The red demands." An elderly voice had entered the conversation then, and the atmosphere outside the car changed, a hushed tension seeping through the darkness. "And protects itself. They've been at our door for years. We knew this time would come. But what can I tell you? The red thirsts. All our futures are red." "Tony, for God's sake!" Lewis had tempered the volume and tone of his voice, but barely, which had only served to increase Kat's sense of his desperation, his helplessness. "Tonight alone I've done 100 times more than was ever agreed. I got your people out of that cottage and I delivered the reporter. I was minutes away from being caught. She could have called anyone, and you put people in her house. Abduction? You can't. You can't do that. How is that going to end? You're out of control. This isn't the fucking Stone Age. It's a shame you've always hung around the fringes, Louie." Tony's lordly tone was mocking. If you'd shown a little more commitment, you'd be more than bent swine with gambling debts. You could have seen what we see, lad. You could have shared something remarkable. It would have provided you with more backbone than you're showing now. I'm disappointed in you, lad, bitterly." Finn had laughed and sounded like a horse neighing. Lewis's meager restraint had finally melted. "Save your mystical garbage for the nutters, and for the simpletons that you've got hanging on to every word of bullshit that drops out of your old lady's mouth." A foot had then scraped the tarmac, and the assembled crowd had jeered. Cat had overheard the sounds of an enraged and screaming woman being restrained. "You ill-mannered bastard!" That had come from Finn. Huddled on the back seat, Cat had sensed his anger building through the exchange. He seemed about as stable as his father. "You say that here, you greedy, shitty pig! You want to be shown what we have here? Finn, get him out of my sight!" Willows's voice had risen amidst the standoff, the kicking and scuffling of feet, the confusion in the darkness outside the car, the convergence and collision of raised male voices. Cat had recalled an afternoon in a pub in King's Cross when football fans had exploded into violence near her table. If Lewis, a police officer, was working for the family in the operation, or whatever it was, who else might be in league with the Red? Sheila had introduced her to Lewis. The sudden sickening idea that her editor was involved had turned Cat's shock to concussion. Not Sheila, surely, no. Involved with these dirty, dyed devils? Butchers, cannibals? She'd never lived to disprove her paranoid grasping, but the last few days had been sufficient preparation for Cat to believe anything. Eventually, a sullen Lewis had returned to the car and yanked Cat from the rear seat as if she'd been a dog with fleas that stank and left stains on his upholstery. His mouth had been bleeding. Finn Willows had appeared too, a scrawny frame topped by a thin ponytail and a scratchy beard. His ferrety face a mask of loathing as he'd lit her path into the cell of the condemned. Others in the lane had tugged open the front passenger door and retrieved Beard. He'd lain slumped forward in the seat, ominously silent, leaking. Headscarf's remains had been dumped inside the boot by Lewis. At her cottage, once the detective had secured Cat in the car, he dashed inside to remove as much evidence as possible. He'd come back out carrying Headscarf like a limp child before depositing her in the boot. There had been no time for the collaborator to administer first aid. The false protector had merely hauled the wounded Red soldiers from her home so they wouldn't be found. Her current prison cell adjoined the main barn, that place of murder constructed from vertical planks of wood, stained dark. Earlier, even when only partially visible from the road, the building's silhouette had declared its malign purpose, withering her spirits and chilling her flesh more than the night air. A black place on land from which all decency had long been erased. Before the building's jagged silhouette, she'd gaze as if hypnotized by a place of worship, where the god was still present. An improperly secured cap, that's what the building was. A fragile canopy above a pit so deep she could imagine an abyss carrying on forever, through the earth and back through the ages. Beneath that wretched barn, perhaps even matter as she knew it, and all that her experience had taught her to understand of the world's rules, ceased. A brush with the very idea had paralyzed her limbs. They'd needed to push her inside the cell. A hand struck wood, palm down. The door of her cell opened, and the bent figure of Tony Willows was led inside by a woman Cat put at around 50 years old. She had once been pretty, even beautiful, but the freckled skin of her face was grooved and etched by so many creases that her expression had reformed into a misery mask. A pre-Raphaelite princess whose noble features had slipped and sagged around eyes that still suggested kindness, a quality Cat forbade herself to hope could exist in such a place as this. In better light, Tony Willows's skin now appeared treacle-brown. The flesh at his throat and sunken chest waddled, liver-spotted. Despite the timbre of his voice, he looked like a man at the end of his life. Cat found her own voice. "This doesn't have to happen. I've no interest in what you're doing. I'm not that kind of journalist, not a reporter." Tony raised a palsied hand to silence her, the fingers quivering like a plucked string. The other lumpy hand gripped a walking stick. His eyes were half-closed, his demeanor somber like a judge silencing the accused who babbles for his grace and mercy. The woman smiled. It's not an end, but a beginning. Tony's old eyes opened. They were filled with tears. He clutched the woman's hand and cleared his throat. Nana's right. People would flock here if they knew of the miracle. They'd give anything to be a part of what is here, what abides. You've no idea of the bounty, nor the vision we are blessed with. You can't understand. You're a vandal. Vandals destroy what they don't understand. It's what they do. No, Kat shook her head emphatically. The woman was Nana, then? Willow's daughter, Finn's twin. She'd been mentioned in the first online article Kat had read. Tony only sighed in exasperation, as if she was a child displaying naivety on an important matter. This earth has been remade, lass, so many times. But through the endless freezes and great flooding thaws, a wonder far older than our species lingered. We can't expect you to understand, but you need to gather yourself, make peace with your past, and then forget it all, because it really is irrelevant. That should be a comfort. You're a spark. They go out, dear. Infinitesimal. Nothing. We're dealing with something our tiny minds aren't made for. I won't tell you any more because only one of us can truly see what's under here, where the red yawns. And may it always yawn so that some of us outlast the desolation that is due. Tony sighed, his chest a dry bag, deflating. He pitied her. But you're nourishment for a moment, lass. Nor are we much more. Meat in a few thoughts, a little heart from time to time. Again, again, again. It always comes back around. We're ready. Are you? To Kat, it was a garbled scripture he must have canted before. Please, she said, and yet she struggled to plead for her life. Horror choked her, pushed its hot fingers down her throat. The profound weight of inevitability stalled her thoughts. A childlike misery persisted. Nana knelt before her and unpacked a fabric bag. She laid 2 items upon the floor. A small bottle of brown glass, the contents murky, and an object wrapped in a white cloth. Whatever was contained inside had stained the cloth the color of iodine. You're strong, she said to Kat, smiling sweetly. Your will has been demonstrated. It has made you even more delicious. Your strength, your hot spirit, will be wonderful nourishment. It's an honor, my love. This doesn't have to happen, please. Our Red Mother watched you. She caught scent of your lover, too, the thief who crept inside with us. Nana winked, her smile now verging on the salacious and chilling Kat, with the suggestion of a deep instability that surged behind a seemingly affable veneer. But it's time to forego the struggle, and we all thank you. We'll never forget you. We love you, Kat. Love, yes. We adore you, girl. Willow's faded eyes misted with sentiment. He wafted a withered forearm as a mad king on a blasted heath would do to dispense wisdom to his last subject or fool. You give so that others can abide. We must pass on, lass, to sanctuary. Conceal ourselves in this hostile wilderness. Once more, again and again, the red children take flight, but the black dog and her white pups must be fatted. A dry summer and a hard winter are coming, my girl, and you'll be the last for a while, the last to go down. We've made them excitable. They need to rest in the dark now. For all our sakes, let's hope they do, eh? He leaned forward, his eyes peeled with what she read as panic. We brought them up too far. Too far. You cuckoos are to blame. Kat moistened her throat. She didn't know what could be said in response to such lunacy, nor whether anything was worth saying. What words struggled through her shock seemed futile before they left her lips, even then as a whisper. Please, I swear on my life, this is sacred to you. I can see that. You've done something special. I see that. I get it. I've seen it, too. What's here? I have. I really have, but I have a life. In return for that, I'll say nothing. Do nothing. Help you even. I can be useful to you. Tony shook his grizzled white head. He was beginning to remind her of an old Native American chief or a homeless man leathered by the elements who chatted drugging nonsense to those passing by his cardboard throne. Eyes twinkling, the smile benevolent. As if to a child he said, You've no calling. No, You're a bitch, not a witch. But she is one, and she decides. Our witch wife. She found it, buried, so far inside, years ago. Understand, if you're capable, that what was welcomed back has saved us, all of us here, and she who is greater than us decides who abides and who is swallowed whole. We follow a message. There's a receiver. Here. He didn't know? No words, no words. Pictures in the mind. Never been wrong. And you threatened the old grove. You're from there, that blasted place, coming unbidden, all traipsing about. We saw you. We saw you. The Red has seen you off many times, left your bones in darkness for thousands of years. We watch the door, lass. We merely bargain, and you're blessed, the bounty. You're a full belly on a cold night, girl. Be strong now, that's all, lass. Be strong and be grateful for what you offer to what abides. Tony's daughter unwrapped the cloth from the object on the floor. Drink with us now. Close your eyes, and see. It's rising. Today, for us, the pack whines. Blind dogs scamper through the red earth even as we sit here sharing. Old Creel! Old Creel! Tony shrieked with what appeared to be a private but powerful ecstasy. And thy thirsty pups! Cat flinched as the bowl was laid before her knees. She'd seen similar in the museum in Exeter and in the slideshow so many years before in Plymouth. Man-made artifacts removed from Brickberg's caves. Each time they'd made her feel sick. What lay on the filthy ground before her was the top of a human skull, this one pale and still moist inside. A more recent addition to the Brickberg collection. A cup of special significance like the items buried alongside the Red Queens, preserved in graves for thousands of years. A receptacle, that's what it was, designed for purposes for which there was no written or spoken record. Cap the bastard. Cat whimpered and backed away from the horrid thing. Shuffling on her buttocks, she reached the nearest wall but could get no further. In the corner, her vision widened out. She spat out the bitter taste that gathered in her mouth. Tony grinned, changed his tone, his demeanor. The wise old man dropped the beatific act and stepped forward a few thousand years to adopt a fresher discourse. Good, even better on an empty stomach. More potent, doesn't get diluted. I'd know, too, because I've taken everything. So let me put it another way. You'll not want to venture one step beyond that door straight, woman. This shit'll take the edge off. No one can take old Creel straight. You've got to be messed up, lass. So get your load on, girl, because this promises to be the most intense experience of your life. I'd even be tempted to consider this communion wine as a form of anesthetic before surgery, if you follow, because you're literally going to come apart next door. You've squeezed us through the ringer, girl, so you must go, as all our foes are sundered. Who else can we give? And the dogs are out. Can't say fairer than that. The red ways. Nana touched Tony's arm as if he were being uncouth and embarrassing a guest in their home. We'll share what you experience. Through your terror, Cat, we all share in wonder. Passing to the red is a great privilege. Tony pushed himself upright. Another era ends, won't be the last. But we will remember your cries this day as you nourish sacred ground. So sup, lass. Sup your last. The red awaits. Your passage between the walls is booked. The red abides, Tony's daughter said, smiling. All we red children abide. Relics. Chapter 41. Lathered in scarlet and masked and frightful, they made their journey down the lane, a mother and her dear son. The son pushed the wheelchair. Every bump and judder of the rubber wheels rolling across each crack, lump, and fissure in the tarmac, now so familiar to them, mapped by the vibrations within their thin, unclothed bodies. This will end where it began, the hunched figure in the chair said to Finn, or to itself. The odor of the black headpiece that wobbled on his old mother's head wafted under her son's nose. It was the musk of old dogs drying beside open fires and the distilled stock of sweat made caustic by age. Over and above the manure from the pony's paddock, the scent of rain on tarmac and the cold meatiness of upturned earth, the mask's fragrance proved resilient. Hers had been worn for a long time before she found it. The family had never been sure of its exact age, but the tatty mane of the headpiece had engulfed her pointy shoulders so many times as it had covered others before her. "Mother," Finn said, sniffing. "Quiet now. We've made arrangements. This is only a setback." The shaggy skull in the chair twitched. Though muffled, her outburst was strident. "Did you see? It's moving? That's what the girl said to me." Her son nodded, as if only half listening to something he'd heard so many times before. Without any acknowledgment from him, the woman's voice continued to whine through the ragged muzzle of the shaggy helmet. "Who could have known that it would move so much or come so close?" "I know the story, Mother." That great black helmet, bison-sized and carrying the face of a devilish ape upon its grimacing front, so ruffled and patchy and bristling, soon dropped forward, as if the occupant of the wheelchair had fallen asleep. The toothy mouth grimaced, and its eyeless sockets gazed at the road before the rumbling, rotating wheels. Between the tatty jaws, inside the cavernous mouth, an impossibly wrinkled red face had closed its eyes to remember when she first dropped out of time. The passenger in the chair had truly gone under, not to dream, but to sink into a reverie of times long gone, appearing as vividly to her as events occurring the week before. 40 years gone, she walked the halls of what was here before her, and had she not done so, her life would never have been so long. "I'd never have seen this day," she muttered. "Our last as shepherds." Her son heard that. "Mother, not true. This is not the end." That girl, so long ago, had been right to think the walls below the ground had moved. A girl in a distant beginning had opened the creel, but never lived long enough to understand what it was that had overcome her, what it was that she let loose with her terror. "That was a long time before we knew their nature, son. Finn, are you with me, my boy?" "Right behind you, Mother. Here." The man stretched out an arm and stroked the teeth that protruded from the preserved gums of the headpiece, bumpy and dusty and the color of tar. "The turning, round your column. It must be done as soon as we get there, Mother. Weave the numbers, just, and the creel's right under our feet again." She was pretty, excitable, a child. She'd been nothing more, the first girl, the precursor. Sometimes Jess even remembered her name. Maddie Gross, who'd played a decorous game, too, at her man's soiree at the farm. That she remembered bitterly. So eager had been that pretty lamb for the dregs of Tony's entourage. Tony had caught young Maddie's eye in an inn out Divilmouth way. Men always had a use for a girl like Maddie. "Tony, troubadour." "He's here too, Mother. See, ahead of us, with Nana. We're all together. We'll do this together, like always." How he hobbles, though, bent over a stick. An old man who needs a daughter to guide him now. So old, but still the twisted, selfish boy that she'd taken for herself in Germany a long, long time ago. They all heard about him here. Tony had been the object of such fascination, her man. A fallen star who'd bought the broken-down farm at the crossroads. But beneath the ground, my son, Maddie's beauty had been of no consequence down there. Only her helplessness proved useful. Much more than our own past, something much greater we've seen. And much more we will see, Mother, together. Not right here, this is over, but we'll survive, like the Red, always. How far are you prepared to go? I asked the girl that. What was her name? The sky had been glowering to dusk that day, too, 40 years gone, but the girl called Maddie Gross had still followed Jess below the ground through the old door in the quarry. She'd worn red boots with Cuban heels and a special coat she'd found in the house, a suede jacket belonging to her, Tony's woman, Jess, the woman Maddie had betrayed in her own home. Jess had picked out that jacket in Copenhagen when she was with Tull. It was purple, patterned with rhinestones, but back then, beneath the ground, Jess had been unsure how to confront the girl. Maddie, her rival, had made deep inroads, had become dear to Tony, so Jess had only wanted to intimidate Maddie in a place that was dark. Yes, in the dark, but that was all. She'd only wanted to frighten her. "The matter was taken out of my hands, my son. The red came, it filled the air." "Aye, mother, and we can't keep it waiting now. It's on our doorstep." On that day, 40 years gone, her old bones were not wheeled down a rutted lane in a hideous chair like a babe. Her son hadn't even been conceived. That sweet girl and I had stepped like nymphs through the meadow to the quarry. Our hair was so long, so black, son. By that afternoon, 40 years gone, no one at the farm had slept for 3 days. Coming inside to escape the rain, they'd all crashed on the floors and couches. Nothing unusual about that, but the others were asleep when it happened, or wrecked when the girl with red boots was lost below the ground. Someone from the record label had brought coke that weekend, his true purpose to inquire about a new album. Terry, a photographer, had come down from Kensington, too, with a shoulder bag stuffed with marijuana. Sometimes Jess remembered them, the old crowd. "Brian was your father's manager back then, son. He abandoned his Rolls-Royce in a lane. It was miles from the farm. It was stuck. He came on foot with a bottle of wine in each hand. Over one finger he had a carrier bag from Harrods. It was full of pills. His car was there for a week until a real farmer towed it here." "Yes, mother." "Under the ground, I held the torch. Poor Matty didn't have one. And it was Jess's light that found the paintings. They were inside the cave. So horrid were the designs, yet fluent and so elegantly wrought upon the stone. Jess had never forgotten them. An ancient work, hellishly beauteous. A map, a tapestry, a history. I only understood that later. How beautiful are your readings of it, mother. A work both abstract and figurative. Art that used the contours nature had fashioned into rock over millennia. How one texture augmented another had astonished her. How one thing became another when it was illumined. Was that not the nature of this land she'd come to know so intimately? Transformation? It watched us, son. It still makes me breathless. A curving hollow of stone, colored by hand, had formed a great bestial eye to gaze upon the occupants of the chamber forever. An eye drawn so artfully in pigments of ochre, powdered bone, and charcoal. But for how long had that eye been open? She hadn't been able to guess. But after they'd stumbled from the chute and into the vault, the eye had observed Jess and Matty closely. The first great chamber, but never destined to be the last that Jess would find. A much older version of that young woman now laughed gaily in its wheelchair. That girl, Matty Gross, stopped giggling then, I can tell you. I bet she did. We've watched the faces of a few cuckoos straighten here, have we not, mother? The change in the register of Matty's voice had been so abrupt. The purest darkness was the killer of levity. The sudden freeze had chilled their spirits rigid. Foes and rivals the women were, but how they had clung to each other upon entry, she and Matty, and before paintings so dreadful that they were instantly sobered from their weariness and intoxication. A hangover that had lasted for days. There had been such a party at the farm, the origins murky, its conclusion indefinite. Your father wasn't easy to live with, son. I'd been below before, to get away from your father. I'd gone inside, a crevice, but never so deep. Much further down that time, much further with the cuckoo, Matty, who'd been wearing red boots and Jess's precious coat, the pretty oaf that her man had pawed. Matty. She was not blameless, Finn sneered. None of them are, mother. Maybe Tony was rich. The girl had surely had that on her mind. Inquiring but dull, a tiny mind. Though how could anyone have known there was no money left? The farm had been worthless. I'd only wanted to frighten her. Maybe back then, when she and Tony took it on, the dilapidation of the farm had been charming. For a while those somber ruins and the antiquity of the tools the real owners had abandoned. Tools that spoke of an austere, methodical use of the land, lasting for generations. The former tenants, a local family, had worked that earth and survived and watched the quarries open and close, their own fortunes rising and falling hard, their ranks withering to those 2 thin men who had sold the ruins to Tony. The farmers, an elderly man and his son. The mother of the family had been in the ground 5 years. The son had no wife. Everything ended for that family in those 2 exhausted, heartbroken men of few words, and they led a hippie, wearing white cowboy boots, buy their home at a good price. That's what happened when you gave up the creel for the cross. But how the ghosts of those farmers had continued to make idiotic the bearded figures who'd been drawn to Tony from London, all of them in their unsuitable footwear, stumbling about the muddy pastures and churned yards. It was your father's idea. Tony's dream to live on a farm, escaping the system, the suits, managers, accountants, taxmen, the serpents, usurpers, backstabbers, users, the false prophets, the manipulative, the hangers-on, away from them all, and Jess, too, but she'd never let Tony go. He'd once promised her children, away from the transience, the fatigue and sleeplessness of a minstrel's existence upon the road. She'd wanted to free Tony from himself most of all, those tendencies for bedlam that flourished inside his delicate, boyish head. I wanted a home and children. We were going to adopt. The Red provided, Finn said. It always has done. To be a young family on an old farm so far from the distractions that were destroying her man. That had been their dream. Together they were going to be children again, she and Tony, at the dawn of time, before history, before the man. After his stay in the hospital in Surrey, she'd kept Tony secluded and fostered his desire to sow and reap, to take food from the ground, to grow smoke, to still cider, to rise with the sun and sleep at sundown. I'd started to believe it was possible. Your father had seen others do it, buy farms in Essex. He'd envied them, but he couldn't change. He was incapable. Just like their son, Finn, who'd sowed the new crop and made them so wealthy. But all Finn's father had longed for was a lazy kingship. From afar, on tour and in London, he'd wished for a smaller fiefdom, surrounded by admiring subjects. One simpler, easier to govern, his plot in Devon, a Garden of Eden, no tourists and only a few local farms clinging to the red earth. But what strange music would he find in a part of the world so left behind and stuck between the wars? The 60s had passed by Brickburg and Red Hill. They promised perfect isolation, but for Tony it was only ever going to be morbid and depressing. The silence in the valleys, the power of the sea beyond the cliffs, had soon swallowed them and made their days boom with loneliness. How he'd shrunk again and picked up his old crutches that he rolled into cigarette papers. As trapped inside his own labyrinth as he'd been before. He'd never asked for desolation, never obscurity. He couldn't coexist with the highs or function without them, and so the darkness had reclaimed him. His light dimming month by slow month, he performed pastiches of who he'd been. Moving here was the worst thing for your father. His instruments had gathered dust. Ghosts of his enemies had consumed him. He took to remonstrating with them in loud whispers. He was sick and yellow. Only the prospect of a party and a girl half his age roused him. Until that day. The Red Land was not for repose, my dear Finn. It had to be worked. It was not for owning either, but it allowed stewards for a time. We've had our time. It's been worked red, Mother, our most precious wife. And below the red earth that afternoon, when so far from the weak and watery sun, most fearful was Jess's recognition that so little had altered down there. All that was below the ground had remained unchanged for more years than she could imagine stacked together. How long had those paintings been on the wall, and who were the artists? She asked this, but who was there to answer her? That worn old man and his quiet son with the yellow eyes had said nothing when they sold the farm to Tony. Only due diligence had revealed the existence of the disused quarries, and the overgrown, unstable ground that was once used to extract iron oxide for paint. The tunnels she'd found had never been mined. They'd formed naturally and been kept clear. Their old doors had been smothered by ivy or packed with earth, but they were still open. And surely those pictures upon the walls were important, valuable. And without the music, from where would their future prosperity come? Farming? All this had turned in her mind. But in that chamber, without even knowing it, she was granted her 3 wishes. The future was decided, my bright boy, right here, as it was, as it has been, as it will be for others, always. We were claimed by the red earth. Under this bloody soil she'd seen it. The evidence of the former tenants was revealed. Ancient occupants who'd left their own mark upon the earth, as her family had done in their time. The etchings suggested ideas she'd never entertained before. Others had come later, after the original artists, and settled and felled the trees in the valleys and left them bare and plowed the earth into furrows. In time she saw it all. Livestock trampled and clomped the hills shorn and barren. Gouges wounded the land for the extraction of minerals, battered and scarred the place, its people. They'd all inflicted damage and become damaged upon the soil that clotted like blood. But once it had all been wild, like her man and all who came to be with him. And here, beyond the red crossroads, was a place that had always longed to be wild again. She'd known it once. Jess remembered keenly how she'd felt before those paintings. She felt like a mere grain, occupying a place of mystery and wonder for less than a moment of time. He put me underground, your father, with that idiotic girl. It was his doing. What was her name? His mistress? Maddie. That was her name, and Jess had taken the silly girl deep. I even held her hand as my own daughter holds his hand now. It was so pale, Finn. Final journeys. That had been the last path the girl in red boots had ever walked, and this was the last one for her own family. My children. Don't cry, Mother. Don't upset yourself. Hush now. Hush. We're here. Now. Turn the red, Mother. Turn the children about you now, beloved. You are our column. That first summer, there had never been another like it. Chapter 42. Out at sea the sky darkened, and the wind buffeted from the east, skimming the distant water and carrying cold, watery pins in its gusts. The patrol car had stopped at the top of the valley where the land reformed itself into an unpleasant familiarity. Through the windscreen, Helene recognized the holed tarmac and overgrown borders, and bitterly recalled her relief at finding the crossroads that first time. Breathless and ragged from the steep ascent up the valley, it was here that she'd come upon Lincoln's last clue, scribbled on the side of a compact disc. The steel gate blocking the lane had been open and concealed by the overhanging trees. Now it was closed. To reinforce the boundary, two idling men leaned against the metal rungs of the gate, as if in expectation of unwanted visitors. The guardians at the gate wore green Wellington boots and waterproofs in preparation for the rain now pattering on the car's roof. The hoods of their raincoats were raised, and they wore hats beneath. Fleeces were zipped up and pulled over lowered chins, obscuring their faces. Beyond the gate, unruly grass and weeds tangled with the hedge and trees, forming the impression of a narrowing chute burrowing into the farm. Merely peering down the lane awoke the dogs in Helene's memory. They leaped and crushed her into the hedgerow. Kent. The two police officers alighted from the vehicle, and a discussion began at the gate. Helene cracked the rear window, but was unable to overhear what was said. She was stowed safely inside a police car, but that failed to allay the bustle of anxiety that shortened her breath. As soon as they had arrived, she'd wanted to get out of the car and walk away. Here wasn't safe for her. Lincoln never recorded anything again after placing his microphones here. They'd put him into the red. She'd allowed herself to be talked into returning. The police didn't believe her story. Only one of the men at the gate spoke with the officers, his slouch transmitting an air of irreverence in the presence of authority, inappropriate and no doubt tiresome to the police. The male officer's arms were folded tightly. The WPC did the talking from their side of the barrier, expressing herself with hands that never stopped moving, two white flickers in a gray world, hurriedly working the air. This was a murder investigation, or would be soon. The second figure's hood was tight around his head. He looked at the ground, hands in pockets. Helene's eyes probed that oval head bound in Gore-Tex. She couldn't make out the face inside, but the spiky proportions of the man's thin body seemed familiar. The prick on the boat who'd knelt on her shoulders? She needed the police officers to make him show his face. The male police officer returned to the vehicle and climbed in. He smiled reassuringly. "Right pair here," he said, then spoke into the radio on his shoulder. A crackle of static and a voice electrified the air. Helene marveled how anyone using two-way radios understood anything transmitted between them, but the police officer made a brief report to the radio operator and mentioned obstruction. "Bit early to be off their heads," he also confided. Perhaps he wanted the operator and Helene to find the situation and these men amusing. But I'm not smelling drink on their breath, and they're not for letting us in. Another connection stirred her back brain. Drugs. That's what the police officer was referring to. It triggered thoughts of Lincoln. Substances had handicapped his development through his teens, his early 20s too, and where there were drugs, criminal elements and tendencies abounded. The officer finished his call with, "We're going to take a look around inside." He turned to Helene as the radio operator's voice buzzed meaninglessly. "We're going to make this pair of likely lads understand that we're pursuing some serious allegations." The young officer was confident, and that worried her. "I don't like it," she said. "The skinny one, I don't know, he looks familiar. I can't see his face. Make him show it. Then maybe we should go? You can come back without me. I'm feeling very uncomfortable." "Sure, in a minute. But we need to do Oreshe first, and we need to speak to the landowner, this old rock star, about what he's got on his land. See if this quarry is near, and if he saw your brother. We've got your description of the couple with the dog as well, but we can't take the car any further. They're claiming they haven't got the key for the padlock." The officer rolled his eyes. "So we're going to hop over, find old Tony Willows and where this quarry is, and come right back. They're hiding something. See it a mile off. We'll be quick." Before she could raise any further objections, the officer alighted from the car with an athlete's grace. When she traced her route on the pad for the police officers, one of the plainclothes detectives had said that an old musician owned the farm by the crossroads. An old hippie, harmless but nutty. Helene and the uniformed officers had never heard of him. Tony Willows was his name. Helene thought that was what the detective had said. Willows, like a tree. Now they were going to leave her inside the car and enter the farm, a notion that made her feel terribly exposed, just like she had been in the water the night before. Helene shivered inside the coat loaned to her at the hospital. The sea's chill was far from thawing from her marrow, but she wound the window all the way down to try and hear the discussion. In the distance, a motorbike spluttered, its echo adrift in the valley. As it died away, a faint sound of what might have been a whistle was issued. Several long notes followed. No, it wasn't a whistle, but piping. Yes, pipes. She could hear pipes, soon accompanied by a murmur of raised voices, as if a choir was warming up or a small crowd jeering. The sounds reminded her a little of Lincoln's recordings. At the gate, between the officers' heads, she gained better sight of the other men's faces. They'd raised their chins, alert to the pipes. The overweight man had a boozer's ruddy complexion. Helene had also seen him before, though where she couldn't yet grasp. She heard him say, "As I told you, no key, like. And you still ain't give us no reason why you want to come in." The WPC leaned in closer to him, her voice too low to hear. But whatever she'd said brought a reaction from the second, thinner man in the hood. He moved his head towards the car as the WPC's voice rose. "I'm not going to ask you again to move away from the gate." As a portly, red-faced figure grinned at this rebuke, Helene remembered where she'd seen him before. He'd been bellowing into a microphone at the Red Hill Village fete. She also saw the face of the second man more clearly as he peered at the police car, trying to see who was inside. Cheeks hollowed out as if sucked in, a broken nose, acne scars. Richie, the rat from the boat. And no matter how indistinct, the very sight of him conjured the ghosts of his bony hands around her ankle as he'd raised her leg to tip her into the sea. She'd scratched his face. He'd be marked. Helene sat up straight. The wind about the car seemed to pause. As she cleared her throat to call out to the police officers, a distant female scream tore the taut atmosphere apart. A far-off but urgent cry. The police officers cocked their heads at the distant trees. "Right!" the WPC shouted, then dipped her head to the radio at her shoulder. From somewhere near the origins of the scream, a group of dogs barked a noisy chorus, and Helene wished that she was lying in the hospital bed again. The two men at the gate broke away and began running in an ungainly fashion down the private road. Their rubber boots flapped noisily. Richie made yards on his portly, intoxicated comrade. Helene scrabbled at the car door, her muscles and arms unthawed and slow. The male police constable climbed off the rungs of the gate first. The metal barrier wobbled, shaking in protest, but once on the other side, he held it steady as his partner ascended the rungs. They were going in. Helene's heartbeat thumped up her windpipe and beat inside her ears. She clambered from the car and shouted, "Him! From the boat! Skinny bastard wearing the hood!" The policewoman looked at Helene and nodded. "Stay in the car," she called, before angling her mouth to her radio. Her colleague was already gaining on the portly oaf. Chapter 43. The pyre crackled and snapped. It was only half the size of what had been ignited for Steve. Regardless, like her lover, Kat knew she would die here, inside a ruined, reeking barn, tied to a gate encrusted with his blood. She would depart this life from a miserable patch of dirt, enshrouded by the stench of animals. Shivering upon the dirty cement of her cell for hours after refusing the Willows' drug, Kat had listened to the preparations for this event in the barn. They finally came for her around noon. All morning the dogs had raced in the lane outside her cell. Motorbikes had growled past before roaring away to the valleys where they'd grunted like excitable animals set loose. A commotion had agitated Redstone Farm. She'd sensed that something was being collected and removed in great haste. Hydraulics had wheezed, as if freight transport had squeezed itself down the rat run. There had been much clanking of metal and screeching of roller doors. What sounded like a van had repeatedly bumped up and down the tarmac on incessant journeys. When Willows had arrived with the skull cup to offer his anesthetic, he cryptically alluded to exile, her death from the last nourishment of the Red Earth, at least for a while. From this she could only assume that her demise would serve as a last hurrah before the Red Rats deserted their bunker. She assumed the Red folk were engaged in a tactical retreat. Perhaps Willows and his band of Red murderers had been found out. They'd been on a spree for sure, confirmed by the argument Lewis had chaired that she'd overheard. Maybe they'd killed beyond their ability to conceal their scarlet tracks through these hills and inside their neighbors' homes. The detective had been furious at their profligacy with the blood of strangers. And when Tony and his daughter had performed for her and recited their mystical, apocalyptic script, she'd known enough anxiety in her own life to smell it on others. Inside the barn, the hooting and the shrieking of the man-apes was less intense than it had been for Steve. The piping came less shrilly from the two Red musicians holding lengths of antique bone. Each was elderly, a bony man and a woman not far shy of 80. They formed a shabby ensemble. Their notes and overtones were tunelessly piped into a space that seemed too airy and bright for what was intended. Partnered by the wet gray weather, a desultory, subdued aspect had dogged these proceedings from the start. Her own spirits had waned to the same hues of the watery, washed-out light that made the world outside the barn so drab. She could see some of the sky through a crack left in the barn doors. It was as murky as a dismal seascape that vanished into mist. Rain had speckled the roofs all day. Not nearly as many of the Red children had gathered for her slaughter. She counted only 8, including the pipers. Naked one and all, daubed in scarlet dye, but tucked against the walls like shy pensioners at a dance in a community hall. Their voices were smothered by the roar of the vehicles outside in the lane and barely reached the blackened rafters. Perhaps the wrong atmosphere produced such muted effects. Maybe daylight was interfering with the environment requisite for murder. Kat imagined the Red was best accessed at night, the traditional time of nightmares, criminal deeds, sabbats, and the sundry unwholesome acts of the depraved. That made sense but brought no comfort, because here she was again where the imminent actions of these people promised to match the very worst incidents in her country's criminal history. Braziers had been lit, and they issued a familiar, sickening pungency. Keeping her breathing shallow, Kat plugged her nose with her grimy hooded top and spared a thought, which seemed gigantic inside her skull, for how many others had also lain upon this altar before passing to the Red. "Oh, dear God," she occasionally muttered, and had little else to offer the grubby air of the barn. This sign of her trauma went unacknowledged. She'd thought for a while that she should try and knock herself out. She also feared that her refusal to sup the brown fluid had been premature, but drinking from her boyfriend's wet skull had stalled any thought of swallowing the filthy medicine. She'd kicked the horrid container across the floor of the cell and watched it skitter, spilling its contents across the legs of Tony's daughter, Nana. But not before father and daughter had each taken a good draught. And if they'd required medicating before exposure to Creel, then she'd need a double dose. Victims were drugged here, dismembered, partially consumed, the bulk of their parts cast into darkness. That's why they'd wanted her stoned, to assist her end. This was no medieval practice, but an abhorrence called from much earlier times, before civilization tempered the bestial urges of her species. Dear, dear God, she repeated, though she didn't know why. The last time she'd been in church was for a wedding. They would remember her demise, cherish it. That's what Willows had said. And at the memory of those words, Kat stared down and through the grate, seeing only empty darkness. An absence. A steady stream of air that reeked of wet stone and animal rot passed over her face. The black dog, the white pups. Her recall of the names made her jaw wobble like a child's. But the drugs and ceremony, the wretched but carefully wrought atmosphere, might be nothing more than a ruse for when wild dogs flowed over each other down there in the black pit. Fighting dogs, animals conditioned to consume what was thrown down still warm and wet. Perversely, the prospect of real animals was less awful than what she'd imagined rising from the earth during her previous visit. And that was all she could hope for now, that she'd been wrong about something else inhabiting the black space beneath the floor of the barn. Oh, Steve. The sounds the creatures had made that last time, and the movements of the earth, and the transformation of the old wooden walls into painted stone before her eyes. For these strange and hideous things she had no answers. The sense that she'd been returned to another time, where she'd seen beasts and rough-faced people crudely put to the flint inside a cave. How could she explain that? Her shaking worsened. Kat sipped the toxic air. She'd pretend she'd succumb to the fumes when they came to remove her bonds. To move you into position, face down. She'd fight like before when trapped like an animal in her own home. That would be her only chance. There would be a moment, and then... Suppressing the image of a hand axe, the blue flint glistening in red light, Kat squeezed her eyes shut. All here might change again, soon, transform. The building, the very earth she lay upon, destined to alter and welcome what pawed hither across the moist ground. This notion she could not suppress. It persisted. Now, right here, would soon combine with another time. One place would become the other. God! As if her cry acted like the bleat of a tethered goat, her distress finally received its acknowledgment from deep below. A thunderous rumble, as if great stones had just ground together, created a tremor across the very surface of the world. A subterranean groan followed by a bustling or a burrowing through the red earth. Chapter 44. The woman in the distance issued another scream. It ripped apart the drizzly air. A chilling resonance lingered about the police car Helene stood beside. Somewhere deeper inside the farm, farther down that potholed lane, a mind had snapped, its terror insufferable, a distress signal confirming that the police presence was no longer a matter of merely making inquiries. Wailing came next, as if from a sparse crowd of agitated lunatics. Coordinated cries rose in unison to form a shrieking chorus, one that repeated in waves. A woodwind instrument piped in and out when the wailers paused for breath. No discernible tune, just random, blurted, reedy notes. Male voices barked, their contributions too distant for words to be distinguishable, but the tone implied anger, or even exultation, structured into a crude rhythm. Smoke billowed beyond where the lane turned, a dirty trail of charcoal vapor disappearing into the low gray cloud. But the deep rumble that thrummed the soles of Helene's feet was the most frightening sign of how the world around her appeared to be altering. Perhaps it was only her vision and not the light dimming, but night appeared to be falling prematurely. She peered up at vestiges of watery sunlight leaking through the dim cloud, a veil of ashy vapor oppressed and gradually swallowed by an advancing shelf of black sky, ushered from the sea by a strong new wind. Rain pattered on her coat and her face. She shivered. An earthquake, or its aftershocks, or an earth tremor, registered again in her ankles and knees. She imagined that great gears of rock were churning within the earth. The thud of her pulse drew the blood from her legs. She rested her weight against the patrol car and cowered behind the rear door. A motorbike's roar broke from the distant chaos of human cries, a bike approaching the gate. The engine's grunt set her teeth on edge, her instincts anticipated violence. Helene's need to get inside the car and lock the doors competed with an urge to run. Behind her, 2 thin lanes cut the fields and led away from the farm, tarmac crowded by hedgerows that offered no cover. And how far would she get on a B road with a motorbike in pursuit? The path that had first brought her here from the Brickburg Caves was closer. That track ran into the valley below, the wood beneath the farm topping slopes of pasture. She could hide in the trees until the police were reinforced. Helene fled along what her guidebook had called an ancient green track connecting the caves to the crossroads. Alongside the right-hand side of the track, trees and vines marked the wood, underpinning the sly grin of the private road like a tangled beard. At the first possibility of ingress, where the blackberry vines and nettles rose no further than her knees, she stepped off the track. Arms up to protect her face from the whipping branches, she yanked her knees high and clumsily stepped through the spiky undergrowth, cutting inwards, parallel to the lane. Moisture soaked her calves, nettles stung her ankles. The roar of the motorbike drew level with her off-road position. At the gate, the bike's engine coughed to idling. Helene couldn't see through the wet tangle of tree branches, but heard the rider dismount. Stepping a few feet further inside the wood, she came upon a boundary fence, 3 strands of wire strung in line with the gate, and almost sobbed with frustration. If the motorcyclist followed the track and spotted her at the edge of the wood, he'd reach her before she could clamber over the wire. Nor was this terrain she could move across in haste. Unmanaged, the thorny vines and deadwood created a perpetual tangle as far as she could see. She'd tear her legs to ribbons. Where were the police? Up on the lane, the gate jingled and a chain slapped the tarmac. Hinges groaned as the metal barrier swung wide. The motorcycle was remounted, the engine revved. The vehicle roared away. Helene exhaled, sagging with relief, then attempted to climb the fence in case anyone else came down the lane. It was not easy to get over. The wires dug into the palms of her hands. Supporting her weight, the length of wire shook, wobbled, and seemed determined to pitch her over into the waiting nettles. By clinging to the nearest wooden post, she eventually managed to get over, falling more than climbing. As she squatted in the nettles and brambles on the other side, perspiration prickled icily across her scalp. The motorcyclist had been in a hurry. His bike now subsided from full throttle to a whine in the damp distance. He must be making a run for it. With the arrival of the police, that made sense. Helene looked deeper inside the wood ahead of her, to where the bracken eventually thinned about a haphazard arrangement of trees. She strode between the thick, thorny stems to better conceal herself. She'd crouch and hide here. More police would be arriving in support. She'd seen the WPC use her radio before giving chase to Richie and the purple-faced clown. But that scream, ripped from a throat while others inexplicably were playing musical instruments and singing, what in hell was happening here? Muffled by the trees and thick undergrowth, the piping and the wailing continued in the distance, and Helene couldn't quell a suspicion that she'd arrived as an event ensued at the dreadful farm. Even the wood maintained a peculiar, unnerving stillness, as if it had paused in its wild business to observe her ungainly entrance. From the very start, the area encompassing Brickburg and Redstone had struck her as peculiar, enchanting, weird, sinister, hostile. In this environment, she couldn't have expected to be more than a city girl out of her depth, but her deepest instincts conveyed to her that this place was just not right in a more fundamental way. Its strangeness was about more than psychotics painted red and murderers on a boat. She waited, biting her lip, her eyes those of a hunted animal. About her the canopy dripped water, mulchy and damp and dank, an atmosphere failing to offer reassurance to those desiring concealment. It was hard to imagine this ground ever being dry. From the fields of the valley drifted the aroma of animal dung and, with the new ceiling of storm cloud, dusk had surely arrived at midday. Beneath the treetops, the light thinned further. She needed a torch and fought a childish panic that the land was cursed in ways she'd never understand. Legs buried to the knee in nettles and deadwood, she passed deeper, from one lichen-slippery tree to another, to better hide herself, then ducked at the approaching roar of a second motorbike on the private road. This bike didn't stop and only slowed to pass through the open gate before turning west like its predecessor. She saw nothing of the bike or riders save flashes of yellow between the boughs and verdure, but they weren't looking for her. More vehicles followed the bikes. 1, 2, 3 cars passed through the gate, including a 4-wheel drive. A white Luton van shuddered out soon after. The police had routed something. There had been too many people down there for the law to control or subdue. A significant number of people must now be fleeing arrest. When the noise of the straining engines dimmed, other sounds filled the empty gray atmosphere above the farm. A muffled male voice ranted in a sequence of gruff sounds, a sentence of sorts that was rhythmic like a chant. A woman wailed as if engaged in a Middle Eastern lament. Dogs maintained a perpetual barrage of angry barking. 2 police officers were down there, so why weren't they stopping this? They'd be outnumbered. Helene imagined the neat, trim young constables being overwhelmed. Though by what? Still weak from her ordeal in the sea and only declared fit enough to sit in a heated car while continually hydrating her body, she could do little to assist them. Her role had been to identify a place while fingering anyone she'd suspected of involvement in her abduction and attempted murder. She'd done that. Even if her core temperature had stabilized that morning, there was no fight in her. She listened to the rain on the leaves and the harsh sound of her own breathing against the hood of the coat. What to do? A compulsion to know why she'd been thrown into the sea and why her little brother had been murdered competed with caution. She needn't risk exposure by getting too close to the shouting and the smoke. If she watched what was happening while concealed by the wood, she might at least act as a witness. The police officers had tried to help her. They'd also run to help the woman who'd screamed. They'd risked their own safety without a second thought. She had to do something. Helene moved on through the trees. Another 30 meters through the tangle, and she saw the top of the grimy, sprawling farmhouse, near where she'd been stopped by the gruffy Pashos and their dogs. Creeping closer to the lane, she established there was no one out in front of the building and no dogs. The commotion was occurring much deeper along the private road, somewhere out of sight, perhaps at the epicenter of whatever continued to rumble beneath her feet. Soon she found herself struggling to see much farther than a few meters in any direction, and feared the sun risked being totally obscured. She looked up, remembering the eclipse of 1999 that she'd seen on holiday, the vast sweep of cold air that had hushed the earth around her in Cornwall. Momentarily apocal, that quickening of night. The eclipse in Falmouth had pierced her with a pang of cosmic terror, and she'd been left breathless. Lincoln had been entranced by the spectacle. A minute of darkness during the day. But unlike her experience in Falmouth, within Redstone's sudden and unnatural darkness, Helene now heard the sounds of Lincoln's final recording. Inhuman shrieks, and much louder this time. A distant yapping that was almost a voice before it laughed horribly. Never quite human, yet garbling a message that made her visualize wild apes. The volume of the horrid chatter obliterated the human cries in the pipes as if all before the exotic shrieks had been muted in shock. There were several of these animals down there, and such cries could only be uttered by beasts of considerable size, powerful forms with a tremendous lung capacity, perhaps a breed of giant cat that they kept on the farm. Or maybe she was hearing an ape after all, a great ape, and its cries were suffering from acoustic distortion and amplification in the valley below. Helene hoped so. The rapid laughter beyond the wood degenerated into a sustained growling, wrung deep from a throat wet with mucus. Helene's shaky confidence withered. Instinct or imagination again connected the cries to giant savage cats. She effortlessly pictured them rolling across the ground, engaged in desperate combat. The alteration from the unpleasant yapping and demoniac giggling to the roar had been so sudden. Amidst the signs of bestial outrage, human screams rent the air. Horses, too? Surely those were horses that now shrieked amid the rout of people. The sudden equine cries split the air not far ahead of her, piercing the gaps between the trees. A hound yelped itself into an unnerving silence. Then another squealed horribly and fell silent. Helene crouched deeper within the sopping undergrowth, the ferns and dead wood. A malefic snarling spiked her ears. An idea of muscular jaws worrying and shaking prey set her teeth on edge, and she finally clapped her hands to her ears. Had she been on a safari in Africa or beside a zoo, she'd have been better able to accept the presence of such ferocity. Even then, what kind of animal could it be, and what kind of zoo was equipped to contain such savagery? But she was certain that something bestially dangerous was now running amok on the farm. The earth beneath her feet grumbled in the grip of an aftershock. Distant but rapid bangs against wood followed the monstrous shrieks of rage. The irregular, sickening thuds made her think of bodies flung against walls. A few human screams managed a final, desperate crescendo, one voice so full of terror that Helene stuffed her index fingers inside her ears. She'd never heard anything as awful as that cry. In wet air astir with such violence, the only noise it offered a shred of reassurance was the distant police siren emerging from the north. She couldn't judge its distance, but as if cowed by the distant wail of the siren, the desperate struggle on the farm muted. The maelstrom of screams could not have lasted for more than seconds, though to her those hateful moments had seemed to elongate time, to trap her in a turmoil that, had it continued for longer, would have sent her mad. And whatever had just occurred seemed far worse for this abrupt, unnatural subduing. Obscured by the trees ahead, a man's voice soon called out in torment to break the temporary silence. A second male voice chattered continuously, the words undecipherable yet incongruously calm. Perhaps he was asking questions that no one would answer. The animal cries had ceased. Thank God. Beneath the ground the rumbling had also concluded, though her senses had been so paralyzed by the awful animal sounds that she'd not noticed when the tremors had stopped. A woman now wept as if in desolate answer to the groaning man imprisoned within a tremendous suffering. The second male voice still talked incessantly, but drifted away. No dogs, no horses, and no vehicles could be heard at all. This new absence of all save a few sounds of human distress and the rain against the leaves of the bent and tangled trees created an eerie vacuum. It settled amidst the wet wood like the uncanny silence over a well-used battlefield. Helene's fatigue equaled what she'd felt lying in the hospital bed, but at least the air beyond the wood was perceptibly lightening and filtering back to the watery gray of only moments before. The fall of rain was now more refreshing than confining. She crept on through the undergrowth as noiselessly as possible, certain that she was approaching an aftermath. Her hunch was confirmed when she reached the paddock. Chapter 45. 4 weary figures hobbled along the tunnel, their descent enclosed by wet walls. They scurried further, deeper, away to where lights were embedded in the rocks in a widened passage. From darkness they came back to the light, from siege to freedom. Bare feet scuffled the rock. The old man's tortured wheezing competed with the sibilant whispers passing between the mother and her son. He now carried his mother within his sinewy arms, her wheelchair left far behind. "My boy, we shouldn't go on. Take me home, Finn. Take me back home." Finn sniffed and swore under his breath. He'd been crying over the loss of his dogs and for the abandonment of the precious crop he'd raised from the rocks like John Barleycorn. "Police. They're at our place. They must have seen it. I doubt it was pretty. The old creel was wide open. We're for sanctuary, Mother. There's nowhere else for us now." "Sanctuary? I don't trust him. Adrian's no true neighbor. He owes us. The arrangements stand. They were made for this day. Am I heavy, son? We'll be out of here soon. We've a car, waitin'. We're safe, I promise." "They moved. You know, the girl said that to me, son, when I was this far down the first time. Maddie. That was her name, Maddie Gross. Have I ever told you that, Finn?" That was the last time Jess had been so frail and frightened down here, but not as frightened as Maddie. Her torch's light had revealed the face of the girl in the red boots whom she'd lured into the quarry, and by torchlight Jess had seen the child the girl had once been, and the child she'd remained. She'd been so young. The girl, Maddie, had seen the movement in that chamber too, on the walls. It was all so long ago now, but Jess remembered being tired and hungover. Her mind had not been as it should have been. She'd been taking things, smoking them for a long time. They all had at the farm. She'd been open to the suggestions of the darkness, but without a doubt she'd seen something similar to the movement of bodies beneath a blanket at the corner of her eye, where the torch's light had thinned across the painted walls of the cave. A disturbance, a shudder. "Can we go back?" the girl had asked, eyeing the torch. Yet despite the unnatural motion inside the chamber and how it had frightened young Maddie, Jess had continued to hate that pretty face beside her. How fresh the wound of betrayal had been. A cut reopened by a memory of the girl's flushed face when she'd stumbled back to the fire they'd had in one of the fields, after Tony had had his way with her up at the house. So, like some foolish, jealous peasant girl in one of Tony's old songs, Jess's hatred had flared, the old green burn. She'd already entered the red. She'd just not known it at the time. The red made her see things differently. The animals in the wall had moved again. The girl hadn't lied. Jess's own eyes hadn't deceived her either. A ripple creased the striped flanks of the painted herd. Their heads rose and fell. The movement was natural. Their white eyes rolled. They were alive. Yet when Jess looked again at where she'd seen the movement, the figures all became stationary, as if she'd merely seen apparitions of charcoal sliding over the stone. The girl had screamed. The air had smelled of iced turf. Then they were cold, became colder, were shivering. From where had those piped notes arisen? From deep in the tunnels beyond the chamber, or from behind the walls? Had their presence coaxed out the fine notes? And how, down here, had so many come to move about them in the darkness? Maybe the girl's screams had woken the earth, and the restless ground was no longer asleep. What was not seen was sensed, parting the black air, their faces buffeted by curious wakes and slipstreams, a slow breath moving their hair. They might have been standing at the edge of an underground platform, anticipating the roar and rush of an approaching train. Where had the walls gone, upon which the lurching herd had been etched? The torch's light had failed to find them. The walls had disappeared or been removed like stage sets. Same above their heads. The space had become big enough to know no boundary. That was the first time Jess had seen in the dark, and the first time she'd seen what had panicked the herd into flight. In the cold darkness, strong, dirty teeth had chattered close to her face. The laughter of dogs had broken above her head. The herd of animals that could not have been there had jostled and then broken into a rout. The feeble glow of her torch had flicked across an upright devil, the first one, the trembling beam unveiling it from out of the dark, and for no more than a moment. But there had been an indistinct face, a white muzzle, most horrible, wet, snouted, and, dear God, the eyes, pink like a rat's. A pale breast matted red, big and white it was, up on 2 feet and drenched down the front from what it had been eating. It had made Maddie scream. She'd seen it too. The torchlight had shrunk from the form as if of its own volition, and the beam had crossed the great eye to reveal a second stained muzzle, atop another long, white, furred thing with a distended belly that also moved about on 2 legs. And yet its body was fashioned for walking on 4. They'd been on the walls of that cave, those albino terrors, but weren't any longer. It was as if they'd climbed down. Insensible, a hysterical child, Maddie had stumbled, fallen, and Tony's young mistress had cast about for a way out on her hands and knees. Poor Maddie never stood up again. And so briefly, yet so clearly, through that pall of darkness had slowly grown a great white sky, spread so wide above the frozen ground they had smelled at their feet. A tundra, so little grew. The earth had iced to stone and had rumbled from the hooves of a stampede. They were no longer inside the cave, or was that new place purely inside Jess's mind? All that was painted upon the rocks was animate, alive, and that raw eye, painted upon the stone wall, was far too moist. The first time. The babble, the terrible babble that had approached from a crevice that Jess had seen on the far side of the cavern before everything changed. Out of that wet black slit had burst the sniggering, the baying, the awful whining. It had echoed through her mind ever after. The girl, Maddie, had taken to whimpering. The origin of the new shrieks was not visible, but a doggish snout was easily imagined, like those of the two white bitches with fearsome eyes that had tottered past on their hind legs. Yet, in comparison to the sounds that had barked from the crevice, the white things must have been the young, because another, much larger presence had arrived in the cave. An apprehension of its presence alone had further panicked those animals upon the walls, and all around Jess had raged the bellows and the frantic kicking of hooves as the herd ran blind. What on earth could have produced that stench? Her mind had been consumed by the most powerful presence, many carcasses strewn in its wake. Heavy, unseen forms were slammed against the frozen ground as the cave's purpose opened, though not wholly. The paintings were mere impressions of where the herds had once been stampeded, into a pit where they were splintered like timber, a vision from the dark. Maddie in the red boots finally fell silent. That had been worse than her hysteria. Something hunted there, in that cave, always. The paintings on the wall were only understood by the terrified when inside such a darkness. Up and down, north and south, what was far and what was near, made no sense when your mind became a spark dropping into cold space. Jess learned this the hard way, and only at the brink of a mind being extinguished, when so deep was such vision granted without light. Jess had run. She left the girl behind, the mewling girl on her hands and knees, wearing red boots and a jacket that hadn't belonged to her. Jess had fled among the red people, those who'd appeared around her and who scrambled away after they'd driven the herd into the killing cave. A hungry fury was gibbered in the dark as the red folk ran wild, and down a tunnel she'd stumbled with them, panting, maybe back the way she'd come, her ears filled with the piping and the screams, the coughs of bullocks, dying cattle. The red people had worn masks. They'd grunted through headpieces made of bristles and sticks and hair. Inside the eye sockets their white eyes had bulged. The red-limbed folk had stunk, all foul by the corrupted flesh from the tatty remains in the pit of bones, the place where they offered succor to the terrible laughing dogs. But Jess had run with the red folk, and run red with their rage, their eternal rage. She'd reddened and run past nightmares mapped upon the walls. She'd run with the past, she'd run into the future. The torch was long gone, knocked from her hand, but it wasn't needed when a moon's silver light gave the land below new form and showed faces not seen by day. She ran from there and back to here, crossing a border, a boundary beneath the ground. Eventually, a late sun, coin-size at the mouth of a tunnel, had led her to the surface and returned her to where the ivy cascaded over the scraped walls of the quarry, where Budlia splashed the greenery purple with heavy flowers nodding, and there she had lain until the sun had sunk and the world above the ground was as dark as it was below. She'd returned to the farm, and Tony had wanted to know where the girl was. Her man's first thought had been of Maddie, his peasant mistress, the girl whom Jess had left under the ground with the great frighted herds that had been run by the red folk unto their gods in the pit of bones. Jess had understood this instinctively. The red folk had formed a circle beyond the herd to guide it inwards before fleeing, lest they too become quarry. She'd fled with the red people from a place where all had shown the silver moon their devil faces. The girl, Maddie, was back with the upright white bitches. She would still have been amongst their busy wet muzzles and below the sharp pink teats of their pregnant bellies, those pale hounds that had walked upright like men, whose words had opened Jess's eyes so wide that she'd seen in the dark and so far back in time, and their jabber had opened the ground wider to summon another too. She'd not seen that one, but had heard it, though poor Maddie may have laid her pretty eyes upon what had come out of the crevice. At the farm, Jess had told them all of this. There was an argument about the drugs, about the gear being bad. The manager and photographer had gone into the ground with torches where she'd been, and they'd returned with no blood in their cheeks. The manager had been sick all down his bottle-green gabardine trousers. I told you, she cried at them. Isn't it incredible? But all they'd found was a dead girl, Maddie, who'd crawled a long way in terror until her young heart had stopped beating. God knows what had crawled alongside her, because a look on her face had made the photographer sit down, unable to speak for the rest of the evening. Dead and stiff, Maddie Gross had been cold in a way none could account for, her final thoughts clearly crippled by what she'd seen. That had been frozen onto her face like a mask. Her eyes had been filled with it. All the guests, save Aid, left the farm. Aid had loved Jess. Tony had then gone below with Aid, whom he thought he could trust, and who'd played in the band longer than anyone, and they'd brought the dead girl above ground in a wheelbarrow that Aid had fetched from the old barn. And like a couple of schoolboys suspected of stealing, they dumped the evidence at the edge of the farm, and then stayed up all night muttering and drinking to get their story straight for when the time came. Later that summer, Jess found the masks. Chapter 46. Trees sheltering Helene's hesitant progress through the wood ended at a wooden fence, the railings encompassing muddy ground before a black barn with no doors. Inside the paddock's rectangle of churned red soil, 3 farm animals lay on their sides. All were motionless save a weary flick of a single black tail. An equine head then reared, the eye of the animal wild with agony. The creature's ears were flat, its mane matted with soil. Ponies. 3 black ponies. 2 full-size, 1 smaller, maybe a foal. 2 of them were dead, while the third had little life remaining. From what she could see from behind the fence, Helene doubted that any animal would survive the injuries inflicted upon the tortured statements of their bodies. From the still-moving pony, purple and ruddy coils, rubbery and moist, spilled from a once rotund belly and steamed in the mud beside what looked like a fleshy bag the color of an aubergine. Part of the second adult pony's throat was missing. A red sash of soft tissue gaped where the underside of its neck should have been. Her legs threatened to give way. Helene slumped against the top rail of the fence. Whatever had done this might be nearby. She thought of the police car outside the gates and suddenly craved being locked inside it. Though was a windscreen sufficient defense against what had slaughtered these animals so rapidly? Their terrible wounds suggested a killer wielding a power as swift as it was tremendous, and what size of mouth could remove so much of a pony's throat? Helene peered into the dilapidated wooden barn behind the paddock. Nothing moved inside the dim interior, but she could make out the lifeless shapes of at least 3 dogs. They appeared to have been squashed or pressed into the soil. Kent? Dangerous animals had slaughtered the ponies and dogs, the very things she'd heard in the distance cackling and growling and yapping so horridly while engaged in this dreadful butchery. And there had been people at this despicable farm. So where were they? Where were the 2 police officers who'd accompanied her here? A second police vehicle, an estate car, screamed down the lane towards the paddock, its blue light casting an icy swirl over the tree line. Helene moved up to the lane, both hands gripping the fence's top rail to support her bloodless legs. As she handed herself along the top rung, her spine tensed at the prospect of a terrible form rushing out of the barn's gloom. None came, but only then did she realize that the third and smallest pony was missing its head. That she spotted near the body, a black, shaggy lump, red at the breach where it had been sundered from the neck, the black muzzle grinning at the moment of destruction. The police car passed as Helene arrived at the verge of the lane. The presence of more police officers was reassuring, and the part of her mind that still functioned beyond shock compelled her to seek out the 2 constables who brought her here. They could explain her presence to their colleagues. But more than anything, she found herself desperate to know that they were safe. They'd been so young. They'd rushed into this dreadful place to apprehend her tormentors, though given the state of the ponies and dogs, she did wonder how they could be safe. Beyond the pony's paddock, the police car's siren pipped and fell silent. Car doors slammed, one following another. Neither officer who climbed from the vehicle spoke until one of them muttered, "Jesus," a name carrying more weight when uttered in such despair. Somewhere beyond what was visible to Helene, the groaning of the injured man finally concluded. But the man talking kept up his strange, interrogatory monologue, and the solitary woman continued to weep. There were survivors, at least 2. The police must have found them. In the wake of the patrol car, Helene inched closer to these sounds of human distress. Further inside the farm, if she could stand to look, she'd get a better idea of what had just happened. For Lincoln, For the painfully obscure reasons why 3 men had tried to drown her at sea, for why the landlady of a guest house had painted her naked flesh red and shrieked like a chimpanzee. She had to see, to understand, to know. The need was now maddening. From her vantage point in the middle of the private road, the roofs of several other buildings emerged from tree cover. Uneven rows of gray slate scales topping a row of ramshackle structures. During her first visit, she'd seen them in the distance. Men had wandered out of them and idled in the road. Maybe there had been a detonation of some kind, because the agricultural buildings were damaged. Smoke drifted out of the largest, a stained, rickety barn. Silently, Helene walked past the stationary, empty police car. It was parked outside the gaping doorway of the smoking barn, where a red man sat slumped. He either spoke to himself or was speaking earnestly to the mess of innards gathered in his lap. His entire body was red, both from the blood that had escaped his torso and from the same pigment she'd seen on the skin of her abductors at the guest house. The 2 police officers who'd just arrived stood motionless on either side of the slumped, disemboweled, and, impossibly, still living form. 10 meters in front of their car, another body lay in the road. Black trousers, boots, utility belt, and a white shirt marked the body as belonging to one of their own, a police officer. The body of the male constable who brought her here, and who'd raced into the farm to investigate the woman's scream, was now headless. The 2 living police officers weren't sure what to address first. Their decapitated colleague, or the muttering figure sitting outside the barn, who'd been opened down the front like a cardboard box, but who somehow remained alive, though his mind must have blown like a fuse at the sight of what now glistened between his legs. Down the lane, about 20 meters further, Helene spotted the thin scarlet form of an elderly man. He was missing an arm and paced slowly, his destination inexplicable, as was the thin flute-like object he clutched in his remaining hand. Only when this slowly walking figure collapsed sideways did the police officers move. They'd seen him too, but had been unable to react. One officer hurried back to the patrol car and ducked inside to operate the radio. The second officer moved to the boot. He rummaged inside, then raised a shelf from under the vehicle. With the lid propped open, Helene saw the dull shapes of firearms fixed by Velcro straps. Such was their preoccupation and her mute, motionless shock, they never noticed her standing on the other side of the lane. Inside the barn, the embers of a fire glowed upon the earth. What appeared to be another scattering of bodies lay about the soil floor. The parts that Helene could see of the corpses were unclothed. The bare flesh darkened. Incongruously, a wheelchair lay on its side at the mouth of the barn. Armed with a small submachine gun, one of the police officers returned to the carnage. The second officer retrieved a pistol from the boot, produced a torch, and joined his colleague. Silent and immobile in disbelief, they stood in the fetid, smoking mouth of the dilapidated building for a moment, and then entered. Helene sat down on the tarmac. She wouldn't shout in case the police officers shot her. Weariness engulfed her body. She listened to the sounds of the policemen inside the barn. One of them came back outside. Hands on thighs, his face as pale as cream cheese, he bent over and was sick into the mud. Smoke trailed after him, and Helene's sinuses identified the intense pungency of burning cannabis. 3 dead ponies, 3 dead dogs, dying or dead people who'd suffered catastrophic injuries. She recalled the distant sound of what might have been a rumbling explosion, transforming into a sustained grinding of stone below the ground, like an earthquake. If an explosion had occurred under the Earth's surface, then how did the male police officer wind up in the lane, missing his head? And why had those dogs been flattened into the soil? There was no sign of the WPC. Helene's imagination wanted to envisage and believe that there had been an explosion, one that had laid waste to the occupants before a shockwave tore through the lane and paddock to inflict such horrific injuries upon people and animals. Though why were the ramshackle buildings still standing? And how would an explosion account for the bestial baying and the cries of bloodlust she'd heard? Confused and sickened by it all, Helene felt a sudden need to be at home, holding her little girl tightly. It was so sharp that the desire made her dizzy. The slumped man against the wall of the barn moved. His tattered head fell over his rouged chest, as if he were taking a closer look at the foul spillings coiled upon his thighs. Chapter 47. A few minutes earlier. Fumes tinged blue billowed from the braziers, fogging the air, clouding blackened rafters. Woozy, cold with nausea, Kat scrutinized the darkness below the grill, her fearful survey only broken by the slow procession of the two shamans, or whatever the animal-headed psychopaths believed themselves to be and their red acolytes assumed they were. As before, the couple's thin bodies were weighed down by shaggy, oversized headpieces. Their stringy forms were naked, painted red. Tony Willows weaved about, greeting his followers, withered and spindly, his arm held by his daughter, Nana, who was unmasked. They'd emerged from somewhere in the back, beyond the pyre, but Kat couldn't see a door in the smoke. The second elder was rolled into the barn in a wheelchair, through the front. Jessica Usher. Jessica's wheelchair was pushed by her weasel-faced son, Finn. He was unmasked. The wheels of the chair carved soil and dung. Raising a shrill handful of notes inside the stinking wooden cavern, the pipers heralded the entrance of their degenerate leaders. Kat craved a free arm and a weapon. She wanted to have a go at them. The resulting violence would be as much about escape as taking pleasure in retribution. Something of that nature moved too easily about her mind now, like a hound, sniffing and probing on a lower story of her consciousness. It shied from the scrutiny of reason, but she detested these signs that she was similar to these people, even if her motives differed. At least loathing offered relief from terror and the sickening cramps of anxiety that had been squeezing her stomach for hours. 6 red folk, who'd backed against the walls, stepped forward and raised reddened arms. Ululating to the roof, they seemed like tatty-headed imbeciles, beggars from a distant age who drunkenly failed to incite the primitive ecstasy that once brought them such pleasure. Even if their efforts were reinvigorated by the arrival of the 2 elderly figures, who were unable to enter this place of ancient slaughter unassisted, their cries stopped short of achieving the intensity conjured at Steve's sacrifice. Tawdry, psychotic, hideous and willful, all of it. Designed to put an end to everything she was and had hoped to be. Was any murder less glorious to its victim? From beneath Kat's soiled knees, the earth rumbled again, distracting her from the rickety performance of the mad folk in their shack. Down below, great mounds of rock were surely shifting. Something had shaken loose. Perhaps a fragment of the very earth was parting to reveal sinuses best left blocked. But whatever resided below was on its way up and closing fast. Through the gate, a long breath developed into a warm breeze befouled by charnel fumes, and unseen mouths festering with canker. Kat screamed, then attempted to stand up to relieve her choking terror, but the red folk were only thrilled by her desperate cry. They knew what neared the same surface they walked with unshod feet. Their piped notes skirled anew to pierce their captives' thoughts more deeply, thoughts immediately scattering like unaccompanied children frightened by growling dogs. Outside the temple, voices continued to bark. Men, shouting, breathless in their urgency and with efforts and tasks unseen within the fume-smothered barn. Engines growled as accelerators were depressed to the floor. Old Man Willows shook off the arm of his daughter that he'd leaned upon. He began to croak in a strangled tongue from the throat. Maybe the communication was part animal, part human. Whatever the frightful sound communicated, the caterwauling of his folk followed at exultant volume. At either side of his mangy black head, old Willows's arms rose and tensed. Within the open maw of the mask, between canine teeth, his mad white eyes caught the firelight. From her wheelchair, his mate became animated, unsteady for only a moment before a miraculous renewal of vigor and posture took a hold of her decrepit form and brought her upright. Coquettish, the emaciated and stained form of the withered matriarch minced from the wheelchair, wailing a falsetto that quivered at its highest point. Such was her excitement that she slapped arthritic hands against her doggish headgear, the knuckles red lumps, the fingers cramped and unmoving. Then she turned round and round on the spot, horribly, like a starving child, blood-mired and participating in a satanic party game. Her bony feet pranced upon the dirt. A skull cup was carried down the grand chamber, held aloft by Finn, the weasel's son. Nodding, he passed and offered communion to each of the 8 red fools who still screeched or piped, their grotesque noises old strings designed to draw a most unspeakable company from out of the earth. All supped deep from the cup to dull the arrival of what was scampering through the hidden shafts of rock below. More than one beast, rising from the tunnel in haste to reach the grill upon which Cat paced and peered into the darkness between her feet. Had the barn door been closed? Had the rags of the feeble sun finally passed behind rain clouds? Maybe the anticipation of what unfolded promised to be unbearable for a celestial body of light and warmth. Darkness turned the barn into a hollow vessel, and a void poured between its shanty walls, from above, from below. Beyond her head and at ground level, the edges of the wooden structure disappeared from sight. Only the fire cast radiance, and those weak flames offered feeble reassurance in such abject darkness. There was no protection or warmth otherwise in the stinking barn or the human skulls it wailed about her. Perhaps the fire's proximity to the grate was even a form of protection to those who conducted the ceremony. Maybe this light and heat were intended to keep one thing from another during a hideous interaction, to separate the worshipped from its worshippers. Instinctively, Cat drew as close to the fire as she was able without catching a light. White pups. Was it those she could now hear? Grunting through the earth, then yelping and yapping and laughing as they scampered closer, until, directly below her feet, a whinny issued from pitch darkness. Long did it warble before descending the scales to a mocking snigger, a monstrous giggle underwritten by a wet growl. Claws raked stone in the chute below. Large forms leaped and scratched at the gate. Cat's bonds kept her in place so that her terror could be inhaled and her succulence surveyed by what frolicked under her toes. The fresh stench from the pit was withering, a slurry of old blood, the choking ammonia of dung, a gust of rot distilled and fermented by age in an airless cavity. She was sure the red earth's foul breath alone would suffocate her, and she desperately wanted to be overcome by the gas, so that she would not endure the sight of what had produced it. As 2 pairs of hands grasped her limbs and tugged her to the side of the grate, Cat screamed so hard she matched the idiotic, primitive cries of the 2 shamans and the cacophony of their shrieking red folk. Facing the soil with her toes scraping the ground, her body was pulled forward. One of her hands risked dislocation from the wrist as the rope pulled taut. Through locks of drooping hair, she saw firelight battle with shadows in a narrowing circumference of light. Where it flickered, hoary feet and creosoted shins staggered about her, and then she was in position upon the killing floor. Inappropriately sleepy, she wondered if her body had issued an anesthetizing drug of its own to dull panic. Then she recalled a particular image that she'd suppressed for days. It snapped her alert, a glimpse of an old mouth, the chin deeply lined, suckling on a wet jawbone to extract nourishment. Steve. Cat screamed, but this time she screamed until she thought her lungs would tear like paper bags. From her wrists and ankles the bindings were severed. She kicked herself to her knees. Only 2 of the red folk were restraining her while a second pair made a drunken attempt to raise the grate. Once again, they'd throw her parts down or discard her whole unto whatever yapped and growled so impatiently inside the pit. Cat reared and threw her body around in an attempt to free her arms, limbs gripped by the insistent claws of 2 men who swayed like addicts. "No!" she shrieked. The 2 fools raising the grill ignored her and continued to heave the trapdoor free, their arms trembling from the weight of an iron cap designed to keep below separate from above. From the near distance, perhaps outside the barn doors, a man shouted, "Filth! Pigs is fucking here!" It was repeated by another 2 voices, raised, breathless. Within moments, a motorbike was kicked into grunting life. Car doors slammed, but those who held her seemed unaware of the commotion outside. The 2 pipers were seated now, too, their eyes turned inwards as if the elderly musicians were succumbing to long-overdue comas. Beyond the widening aperture in the floor, Cat glimpsed the witch-wife. She was being carried like a thin child that had injured itself. In cowardly haste, Jessica Usher's son, Finn, was removing his mother from the scene, away from the raid, but also, surely, from what was contained within the pit. The couple vanished into darkness at the rear of the building. Tony Willows's former frailty reclaimed his scrawny form, and he clawed at his daughter's arm pathetically. A sudden desperation to flee the barn had gripped him, while his distracted and intoxicated underlings still toiled about the hole to get it open and her inside. The last two members of the family vanished into the murky rear of the building, where Tony had first emerged so pompously. The family were leaving her in the clutches of their dazed but committed congregation, an aged and motley assemblage that appeared unaware of their priesthood's retreat and the alarms raised in the lane outside the building. The substance in the skull cup must have been potent, its effects increasingly evident in the clumsy stumbling around her body. And if the grape moved any further, she was no longer destined to be the only victim here. "No, they're leaving! Look, for Christ's sake, look!" Amidst the chaos came the most piercing animal shriek from below, one so full of inhuman excitement that Kat's theories of fighting dogs and great cats collapsed with no possibility of revival. As if finally coming to their senses about what they were almost certainly going to set free, the two men released the grill partway open and stumbled back from the hole they'd opened in the ground. One of them peered about the smoky darkness like a child seeking direction from its elders. Inside the pit, the scrabble of what tore at the underside of the metal seal, now only covering 1/3 of the aperture, intensified, as did the chorus of snarls. Those who'd raised the gate must have been out of their minds, and yet they seemed too stunned to completely uncover the pit or recover it. Her jailers had become entranced or paralyzed by what bayed at a deafening volume inside the black hole. Before she could see what they'd seen, with a surge forward, Kat found her knees and tugged one arm free. She caught a face with a fist, punching up and through a tarred fringe of disheveled hair that haloed hollow cheeks. The eyes of the man she struck were glassy. She drove her fist into his eye socket, and he went down without a sound. Yanking her other arm with sufficient power to pull the second man down and onto his front, she glimpsed his bewildered face as it struck the soil. Her eyes met the eyes of an old, confused man. Kat ran at the fire. She ran into the flames. Within that infernal darkness, instinct alone insisted that the fire might be the only thing at hand to preserve distance, no matter how narrow, between men and what had so recently appeared in their modern domain. And she'd have run through lava and bare feet to escape what burst from the earth behind her. The desultory piping and the calls for those beneath the ground were over, swiftly replaced by other noises, like the ripping of the first torso, a sound of moist cloth tearing. The rending emerged from behind Kat's head as she skittered through the fire, her legs kicking up a shower of embers and a flurry of sparks. Multiple stabs and sudden sears penetrated the jogging bottoms she'd lived in for days. Burns pierced the soles of her feet. Hair crisped around her face, crackled inside an ear. A vile smell swamped her sinuses. She was on fire, and she screamed and launched herself at the absolute state of darkness beyond the pyre, landing on all fours, not on earth, but on stone that rubbed the skin off her knees. As she turned about and slapped the searing agony on her ankles and feet and behind her knees, a shockwave of stinking air blew the fire flat. Kat never saw the men who'd raised the grill come apart, nor did she see what it was that removed their heads, but she did hear two human carcasses thump the walls where they'd been flung. And when the fire briefly righted and tongued a ceiling of rocks the color of blood, two incomplete bodies dropped to smack the ground. The stampede of hooves through the darkness was heralded by a roar of shrieking animals, a herd, their routed deafening thunder. Nothing of the creatures was visible, but the force of this rushing multitude buffeted her face, heavy, powerful shapes plunging through the void. Had she been an inch further out from the fire, she was sure her body would have been broken apart by trampling hooves. Inside the black space the herd was massacred, and beyond the carnage, distant dogs squealed and horses screamed, as they too must have fallen beneath the same claws and teeth. Devils laughed through it all, and aloud, and they growled on the blood they gulped in the way of hounds assuaging desperate thirsts in puddles. Beyond the fire's tiny borders, in skirts of dim light, the feeble silhouettes of the red folk were tossed back and forth like puppets, limbs flopping. A throat was opened far above Kat's head, and a warm broth washed her face. She tasted salt. A damaged figure crawled, an intoxicated piper in possession of enough sense to realize that something had gone amiss. Kat watched this woman's bony back opened like pastry. The straggly head then vanished under what might have been a great hand or foot. It pressed her skull as flat as fresh putty. Perhaps the limb that crushed the skull was clawed. A suggestion of a matted leg held the remnants of her head in place so that the body could be ribboned. The sorry carcass was swiftly peeled and emptied before Cat could look away. A length of timber burned beside Cat's grubby toes. She seized it. Its end glowed white and red with heat and ash and burned her hand. She dropped it, patted the length of wood for the cooler end, and reclaimed the short plank, then turned, arcing the flame through the darkness at arm's length. The meager light of her torch was momentarily reflected in eyes as wide as headlights, amber amidst a jaundiced yellow, stricken with capillaries. A silhouette found scant definition, only for a moment. A broad shadow with great haunches that trembled behind a dipped head, the small ears pressed flat before the shape withdrew, or vanished. She tottered from the pyre, swinging the burning plank at waist height. Pushing onwards, she moved in an ungainly lurch to where the world dropped into complete darkness. There should have been soil, yet stone pressed the burned soles of her punished feet. Impossible. But curiosity had no place in such an abattoir, nor did hesitation. The mauling and scattering of the red folk the only testimony she required. Savage grunts, the slopping of heavy, wet carcasses in rank air. Quarry thrashed frenziedly against the ground, then flung against the walls repeatedly. A rapid scuffling of large feet, inert forms were tugged and fought over anew between jaws she was blessed to never see. Cat doubted that anything survived behind her burned heels. About where she guessed the entrance must have once been, she heard new voices, distant, urgent cries of, "Police!" But these voices seemed to be too far away and at the mouth of a stone tunnel. They were lost in the reeking wind. A human voice was incapable of much besides unwisely announcing itself to what growled about this hell. Either that, or it could scream once its presence had been acknowledged, as these new voices briefly did. A rumble below the ground passed away, a vast wave chased by the bestial screams that had arisen from the pit. The whinnying, terrified herd retreated with the tremor. Their cries rapidly subsided and withdrew to an impossible distance, as if swept from where the barn had been. The noises of the devils going about their butchery were no more. The screams of their quarry ended. The earth beneath her feet was dense and silent once more. The departure of the unnatural atmosphere, and whatever had scampered through it, had been as swift as its coming. Murmurs from the ordinary world, birdsong or traffic, however, remained absent. Cat imagined the earth breathless and mute with shock. Only the moans of the dying and the inexorable pattering of the rain upon the roof tiles disrupted the silence. Keeping her feet, she followed where Tony and his invalid wife had run. This had been an endgame that had only spared the perpetrators. Maybe they'd lost control of what they'd directed onto their property. Once it was out, she didn't believe anything capable of holding that back. The kindling she clutched still glowed, and what remained of the pyre flickered against walls of wood once more, timber walls instead of stone. She'd been returned to a recognizable place. Her smarting feet stumbled on damp soil, the coolness a sudden balm. Against a far wall, a faintly lit rectangle of thinner air suggested an exit, the aperture through which the Willows family had made their undignified escape, leaving all behind to be mauled in a sudden manifestation of horror. Traumatized but still functioning, carried by unsteady legs, Cat passed through the door and entered a cement room, its weak light celestial in comparison to the barn's unnatural darkness. Chapter 48. Much further? Not far, Mother. We're out soon. The 7th door is close. You're tired, my boy. I've been such a burden. I can't breathe in this. Take my face from me. When she finally found the farmer's son so many years ago, that dear boy with the yellow eyes, he'd told her what the masks were for. In his wild tales, he'd explained how Redstone was a path, and he'd helped Jess follow it. Mottled, black, bristly, made from dogs but fashioned to resemble other things, the masks had always been old. But how old, even the youth couldn't say. The masks had the smell of smoke and damp stone, dust and layers of dried fear. Their scent filled any space they were brought into, grinning. Jess had found them in an outbuilding inside the drawer of a scuffed bureau, an article of furniture exiled in a stone building you could only enter through the barn nearest the house. Her nose had led her to the headpieces as she'd searched for poison to kill the rats that had scampered the living spaces of the farmhouse. Instead of poison, she'd found the masks, the flints, and the little figures. Napped stones shaped like big teardrops and figures shaped from clay laid beside the masks. They'd all been folded inside a piece of antique silk with a lace border. The 3 figurines were additionally wrapped in newspaper. She'd known at once that they were associated with the cavern and the paintings on its walls. She'd seen similar walking below the ground. After the night when she'd been so deep with the cuckoo girl, Maddie Gross, and for the next 7 months, what had followed her from the ground had clung to her mind like a strange spell, infesting her sleep with pictures and scenes that were someone else's dreams. She'd watched much transpire under vast, white skies far younger than those beyond her bedroom windows. Sometimes she'd stood with others in a darkness flickering red with firelight, and the red had flourished in her, surging through her heart like a new blood. She was thrilled by a sense that there was a flowing without a destination or an end in the cool silence of the quarry tunnels. Waking from strange dreams, she was tempted to dive again into the black spaces beneath her home. Only the death of the girl and her fear bade her keep her distance from the old burrows. But Jess had removed the treasure from the bureau and carefully placed it inside a bag. She'd taken it to the youth with yellow eyes whose father had sold the farm to Tony. The farm should have been the boy's inheritance, but there had been so many debts. Jess had looked for his father first, but learned of his passing from a woman in a guest house outside Divilmouth. His son had drifted to Plymouth, where he'd occupied a single room in a grimy, subdivided house, a place for the poor and the broken. When she'd found him, the boy wasn't surprised to see her, and Jess had suspected he was simple or mentally handicapped and should have been in care. He'd sat alone on a fusty bed as if waiting to be collected by a relative or guardian who'd not arrived. What few clothes and possessions he owned had been folded neatly inside a suitcase. Empty jugs of cider had lined the scuffed furniture. Windows closed, curtains drawn, smoke from his pipe had coated everything in the dismal room with the smell of his father. The same pervasive, enduring odor of the sitting room at the farmhouse. This sweet, gentle youth with yellow eyes had said nothing other than "come in" when she'd knocked at his door. In a room at the end of an unlit passage that had reeked of gas, he'd watched her with a steady, bright gaze while she'd asked her questions about the place under the farm. He wasn't moved to offer answers, but his expression became grave. Unpacking her bag as carefully as it had been filled, Jess had asked him why he and his father had left the artifacts at the farm, the masks, flints, and figurines. She'd laid them upon the threadbare carpet of the dismal room, but still the young man had offered nothing. His silence had only made her frantic to know what the things were used for. Everything was connected. The youth, her, the dead cuckoo girl Maddie, the crude objects, the painted chamber. Eventually, the thin young man had turned his slow, yellow eyes to the window, a gaze containing no emotion, judgment, respect, or contempt. The look in his eyes the same as they had been the day they'd exchanged contracts at the farm, while the slow father had showed Tony his new fiefdom. Because the youth was simple and clearly unfit for the world beyond the farm that he'd left behind in the patient, resigned manner that he'd taken from his father, Jess had decided to leave. She'd gathered the foul masks, the blue-black flints, and the 3 carvings of the big-bellied women with the heads of animals. The thrill born of mystification about where she was living, exciting her more and more since the day the girl had died, prompted her to take the objects back home where they'd always been. Each piece was shiny with wear. Once the objects had been cleared away, the youth with yellow eyes had finally spoken. The dead last they found was down the red. Jess hadn't been sure what to say. The incident had been in the newspapers. Everyone involved had lied, consistently, to the police about where the girl had died and about who'd given her drugs. But reporters had amassed outside the farm. Tony was facing charges of manslaughter and possession. There was going to be a trial. His panic and despair had reached levels she'd never seen before, and now he was back in the hospital, and she was alone at the farm. She'd tried to sell the land, but local buyers had offered far less than they'd paid for it. There had been no serious attempts at farming since they'd been there. They didn't know how. The buildings were falling apart. With the last of the money, she was paying local men to tend what was left of the flock, but if she'd admitted that the girl had died underground, then she might face charges too. No one would ever believe her story about what she'd experienced, nor would it stop the girl's heart. They'd think her even madder than many claimed she already was. And Jess wasn't sure that she hadn't gone mad from her time at Redstone. She was frightened and lonely and expecting twins within 2 months. She didn't know where they'd be born, and Tony was so heavily sedated that he'd stopped speaking. So she did what all do in uncomfortable positions. She'd offered more questions to those questions asked of her. "What is the red?" she'd asked that thin head, haloed by the light passing through the water-stained curtains to sift the dust in curling wisps of pipe smoke. And what the youth said made her sure that if anyone was mad, then he was. His father must have been mad too. Anyone who'd been isolated at that farm would lose their way and never rediscover it. The young man told her that she'd made the earth grow dark. He then pointed at her swollen tummy and said that she'd wet the dark earth and taken 2 babes in return. He told her not to enter the grove again unless she'd showed their faces back. Bending over, he'd taken a mask from her bag with his dirty, slender fingers, and she'd imagined the dirt under his nails was from the farm and would never wash away, that he was so darkly stained with it, like she'd become, and as marked as the scruffy sheep that ambled about the valleys, chomping the grass flat. He'd asked if she'd been in a church, and she'd nodded. "Same thing at the grove," he'd said, as if correcting her about something she should have known. "Cover your head. Go with your eyes down." He'd reached out, without a trace of amorous intent, and tugged at her dress. "You don't wear nothing in the grove." Then he'd asked for her makeup, clicking his fingers to hurry her up, to get past her frowning and puzzlement. From the makeup bag he'd selected a red lipstick, then gently cradled her hand palm down upon his own, and smudged the greasy salve in long streaks across the fine bones of her hand. "And all over if you're going to stand up in the middle of what comes round you." Carefully, he'd smudged lines of lipstick into more of her skin like a salve, and as he'd rubbed her hand, he'd squeezed her thighs together, her face flushing hot. "He's right to take lads in the spring if you want more of them," he'd said, pointing at her tummy. "He's taken the shape." All the blood in her body had eddied into a weir, a tumult, then surged for the boy with the thin head and yellow eyes, passing its force through him and further still. The feeling had made her giddy, yet filled her with wonder of a future she couldn't understand. Tears had marked her face. He'd known, this man, just by looking, that she was carrying twins. Yet she'd been infertile, her womb scarred by an abortion in her teens. But she'd come out of that tunnel on the afternoon that the girl died, pregnant with twins. They weren't Tony's. She'd let Aid have his way like he'd always wanted to, in revenge for Tony's fascination with the girl whom she'd lured below the earth. Maddie Gross. Maddie Cuckoo. "What shape?" she'd asked. "What comes after you give more to the red. More than we ever did you give already. Me mum and dad wouldn't ever have a girl or a boy. Folks used to. They'd give it what it wants. You're to use these for any given." He tapped a finger on the wrapped flints. "And you need to be red for them." The man had stroked her hands as if they were precious. "All over. Red as the earth, your skin. You need a fire, else it ain't safe. You've to hide your face so you won't drown in the red like the lassie in the papers done." His mad words had left her hands trembling in her damp lap. "The black mother and her white pups. You called them up. They'll abide 'cause of what you done. They've given you the center where all gets shaped round you. What's done is done." And without a hint of mockery or sly humor or deceit in his face, he'd told her, "You's inside the old creel now. They'll take things from out of it that you put inside." And as he said that, he'd looked at her tummy. "What are they?" she'd asked him, desperately. But he fell again into the familiar deep silence, and was no longer listening, but thinking on what could be done for her, as if he were a mechanic, and she'd taken a broken car into his garage. "They pawing the ground now?" he'd eventually asked, tapping the side of his slender head. "Up here." And that had made her think of how often she'd run in her dreams to fright the herds, shepherding the herds alongside the red people with their stinking heads of beasts, some with horns, some with feathers, but all with the black muzzles that their wild eyes peered through, and she'd recalled what walked the darker edges of the pit on its hind legs, their dirty white bibs clotted scarlet. The pups would shock her awake before she ever saw more of them in dream, or of what came roaring up from the ground behind them, and she recalled how she would lie, panting like a dog, and shaking with relief at not having seen more than the end of the larger one's thin, black legs protruding from the crevice in the pit, yet always wanting to go to it, like it was her lover, her sex nearly cramping an opening. "I think so," she told the farmer's son, who was much more than that, and he nodded, sagely, as if what had been discussed between them was a subject of consequence to him. "Nothing is written down. It's all in pictures," he'd said solemnly. "Don't work without a witch-wife in the middle who shapes it all about her, you see. Takes time." "Can you show me how?" Jess had asked him with tears in her eyes, stroking the miracle thriving in her womb, and she'd knelt before the youth, which had troubled him. He'd asked her to stand, and instead had knelt before her, placing his mouth on her feet. The boy with the yellow eyes came home with her afterwards, and they'd taken his old dusty suitcases that had never belonged anywhere but upon the red land that few wanted, and he'd shown her what his mum had done with farm animals in the grove to fill the old creel, and what she'd been shown by the other wives and so on, before his dad had gone for Christ and stopped it all. She'd learned how the sacred weapons and the music underground had always led others to the grove of the oldest red columns, the witch-wives, and she saw the patterns of witch-wife bones curled in the dusty nests where they'd lain a long time. She went below with him many times, masked and unclothed and red, and with great reverence so as not to drown in her own blood, and she'd let the maps upon the walls fill her with knowledge. In the sacred grove she made the earth grow dark from time to time, giving succor to the pups who'd fed first, to resume the old bond. And in the parts of the earth that were still open enough and close enough to what paced below, the youth with yellow eyes taught her how the five-fold kiss worked and what it could do once the creel was nourished. The first girl who went into the red was sufficient explanation as to how she'd given birth to the twins, Finn and Nana, and why so many other mothers were soon blessed too, and how the flocks had doubled in size on the farm and on the land all around the crossroads. The counterclockwise steps around the red column with the sun's low light setting in the west allowed her to see much farther than the sea. The right was used when something needed to be built or planted. That movement always stirred the pipers and opened Creel's door. Others came and helped with the form and with the rites, and they settled her as witchwife with kisses on her feet. In the red places, once her cut flowers were bringing in an income, along with the lambing and calving and dairy farming, across all the farms where the creel was nourished and her tracks became visible again, Jess's place as the red column was accepted without question. Before Finn was old enough to replace him, though his slaughter of the youth with yellow eyes she'd thought unnecessary, she'd asked the youth for the names of what it was that came and went beneath the earth, if called in the right way and when carefully provisioned with ponies, lambs, and sturdy rams, all being the hue of night, and he'd said his mother had called her Creel. Her milky pups had names you never did more than whisper. There were other names, but those in the Red Grove were mostly referred to as a pack, or a trinity, the Creel. They had been given that name, or the name of Old Creel, many years before, and all anyone knew now was the song about a giant in the west who'd kept his hunting hounds in a basket filled with bones. But his hounds were devils and had escaped and devoured the giant, as well as anything living they'd come across, before returning to their basket. Only the cleverest tribe of men who'd hid their delicious scent by taking on the likenesses of the devils in the creel, through the fashioning of their heads and the staining of their flesh, had survived the devil hounds of the creel. Those men had learned to fill the capacious bellies in the creel and to freshen the dread basket with new bones. The hounds had then hunted with the men as they'd hunted for the giant, and the men had fed on the scraps. She'd learned the song and others still known in the oldest tongues of the West, some that could still be heard beneath the ground at certain times along with the pipes. Soon she'd sung them all proudly and loudly in the old tongues that came from the back of the throat. Tony was next to useless, so Finn took the role of John Barleycorn not long after he'd been caught offering black lambs in the grove independently of tuition. No school would hold him, so she tutored him at home until he introduced the new crop that would sustain every red child for miles. And by learning to see in the dark, as witchwife she too saw that the past was red, and that the future was red for certain, that the red abided, and that all was truly red in the world, and was destined to be red again. She'd seen how red the world was at its end, which wasn't too far away, and she'd learned that even though much could conceal the red in every heart, those that didn't abide by the red were never saved. Chapter 49. Static crackle from police radios inside the barn. Then a voice said, "Christ. Here. Jesus, look at that." Helene kept her distance from the gaping, smoking doorway. Sickened by what lay strewn and ruined about the dirt floor at the mouth of the building and on the road, she remained on the lane in the drizzle, feeling delicate and useless inside the oversized coat from the hospital's lost property box. Though the next time one of the constables came out of the barn, she'd try and attract his attention. More police would be here soon, too. Ambulances. Please, please come quickly. She struggled to put one thought in front of another to complete short bursts of comprehension, but disbelief and confusion mingled with the relief that it was over. She'd survived, again. Soon she would be reunited with her family. That's all that mattered now. Until a woman staggered out from between two of the decrepit farm buildings, a person with bedraggled hair swaying in clumps about her face, a woman stumbling on bare, grubby feet, but not painted red or naked. She wore a hooded top and jogging bottoms, her clothing smeared with grime and inappropriate to the weather. In her hand she dragged a long piece of timber that smoked at one end. She seemed intent on reaching the scrawny red arm that lay upon the lane's surface, an arm severed from a body. The woman bent at the waist, emitting a gasp, and pulled something from out of the hand at the end of the crudely amputated arm. The object looked like a stone, and the woman examined it until something in a tree beside the lane distracted her. Scraping a dark lug of hair from her forehead, the disheveled woman peered into the overhanging branches, then studied the drainage ditch in the side of the road. As if sensing scrutiny, she turned her head and looked at Helene. Even from a distance, recognition dawned in the mind of each woman. The scruffy figure was Kat, the journalist. They stared at each other some more. Inside the smear of a face, smudged with dried blood and soil, Helene watched the awareness of who she was dawn in the other figure's two white, too wide eyes. Kat shuffled about to face her. "Helene?" she asked in a dry voice close to a croak. Helene didn't reply. This woman had given her to the Red people. She'd lured her to this dreadful place where there had been an attempt on her life. She'd implicated her family in this unnatural business, her little girl, her old mum. The police in the barn needed to know that Kat was here and that she was part of this, part of the outlandish story that she'd narrated in a hospital bed to unbelieving police officers and detectives. Helene looked to the barn and parted her lips to call out, "How did you—" Kat never finished the question, but said enough to distract Helene. "What are you doing here? I thought they'd—" "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm so sorry, Helene." Kat wiped her eyes. Her body was shaking. The hand about the wood was white, the clenched knuckles defined. "I had no choice." Helene pointed at her, moving towards her. "You! I'm here because of you!" Her throat briefly closed with emotion, her jaw trembling, her eyes smarting with tears. "Because of you! You did this!" She cast her arm in the direction of the barn. "The police are in there, so you stay the fuck away from me. Don't you bloody move, bitch." Tears glistened on Kat's cheeks, diluting the filth around her eyes. The frustration of what she wanted to say creased her face as if she was about to cry. "Steve," Kat blurted, her voice shaking. "They killed Steve. In there." Kat pointed to the barn with her wood. "They cut him open in there." She nodded her head rapidly to add emphasis to the memory. "They tried to do it to me. In there." She looked at her dirty, burned feet. "I had no choice. They came to my home. They made me call you. Because of the recordings. I'm sorry." "Tell it to the police." If Kat heard that, she paid it no heed. "They killed your brother. And Steve. So many. I was next. The things that did this. The murderers at this farm brought it here. They called it." Kat looked up at the tree. "It was just here. Out here. Oh, God." Helene followed Kat's gaze and saw that a dark, irregularly shaped object was caught in the tree. At first she assumed they were empty clothes, snagged on twigs. but when she moved to better see what was strewn through the branches, she made out a murky human form, crisscrossed by sticks. At a glance, the figure might have passed for a scarecrow with poorly constructed limbs, made from poles broken at odd angles inside its sleeves and trouser legs. Moving closer, she recognized it as the body of a man. He either had an arm missing, or it was twisted behind his back. Before she could look away, Helene saw the thin head, half concealed behind the leaves, the facial expression contorted with displeasure. It was Richie, from the boat. Kat pointed her stick into the ditch. "The police have been helping them. You can't trust the police." Helene looked to where Kat now directed her attention and flinched. "Oh, Jesus Christ," she muttered on seeing the body of the female police constable. She recognized the woman's petite shape and uniform, but not much else. Headless like her partner, their body had landed on its front in the weeds. It was also missing part of a leg beneath the knee. Richie now watched over the woman's body with his sightless eyes, while dripping from the tree in which he hung. "No," Helene said. "No, she was helping me. The police brought me here to catch the men who tried to drown me." What she'd said seemed absurd, but ever since her arrival in the village of Red Hill to meet this woman and to learn about her brother's final weeks alive, her life had been implausible. The trend was set to continue. Helene pointed at the tatty remnants of a man in the tree. "He was on the boat." Kat wiped at her eyes using a sleeve. "They were going to kill all of us. It was the sounds from the cave. Whoever heard those recordings or came here and saw things was finished." Hadn't she suspected as much? That those dim, awful sounds recorded in a cave by her brother were connected to this massacre? How? Eyes blinking rapidly, her stained face now quivering white with anger, Kat said, "Steve came here, and they butchered him. They're not getting away with it. They're not." And with that, Kat had reminded herself of some undisclosed purpose. She hobbled up the lane, away from the barn. They came through here. The police officers were still preoccupied inside the outbuildings. Helene could hear them searching one of the adjoining workshops made from bricks and cement blocks. Kat had said they couldn't be trusted, that the police were a part of this. Helene found that too hard to comprehend. She would not believe it of the two constables who had driven her here and raced towards the smoke and the screams, only to die so horribly while doing their duty, unthinkingly. She stepped after Kat. "The police, they're here to help. They're not getting away with it. They left us all to die." Helene followed Kat at a safe distance, her mind working hard at what the journalist had confided. "Kat, the police brought me here to help me. Now they're dead, both of them. A policeman brought me here too. The red folk were going to give me to it." When Helene drew closer, she could see that Kat's eyes weren't right. She looked unhinged, the blood staining Kat's face, only reinforcing Helene's sense that the woman was in shock. "Do you hear them, too? Kat muttered. "They came from the pit and did this." Kat pointed her short plank, the charred end still smoking, in the direction of Richie's motionless body. Helene followed Kat to where the lane curved from view, the tarmac increasingly concealed by outgrowths from the hedgerow. "It doesn't make sense, Kat. Stop! For fuck's sake, Kat, stop! Where are you going?" And before Helene received an answer, both women saw the white house at the same time, its front now visible through the unruly verdure at the side of the road. "They went in there," Kat said, and staggered on, in the direction of the big house, wincing with every step as the broken tarmac stabbed her swollen feet. Helene followed her to the building hidden deep within the decrepit farm. Large and modern, the mansion's outer walls were resplendent with bright magnolia. Dark panes of glass caught the weak light and returned reflections of what declined about itself, a dereliction in wild, unruly growths. But nothing made sense anymore to Helene about this land, or those who danced in red across it, or what had emerged from beneath it, nor did she know who to trust or what to do anymore. But was Kat suggesting that someone, the people responsible for so much bloodshed, had escaped from the barn? If so, then this mad woman with a stick in one hand and a black rock in the other appeared to be pursuing them. Chapter 50. This tunnel, if Kat was to follow it any further, would take her deep underground where it lived. From down there the horror had burst. The realization was sobering. For the first time since she'd escaped from the barn, her determination to pursue the Willows family cooled. Rough walls of limestone led down, evoking a grim carousel of memory, of living forms flung through the dark, the thud of their falls. A sense of what might yet roam here, the inhuman strength of it, kept her at a standstill. The wooden staircase she'd not long ago descended connected a utility room on the ground floor of the big white house to this subterranean level. Whoever had fled down here had left the connecting door ajar, someone in a hurry or with their hands full. Cat fingered the black rock in her hand. Outside the barn, she'd scooped it from a dead stranger's fingers, an implement insufficient to the task of defending herself against those things, and she knew of no weapon that might offer reassurance if she should again meet what the red folk had called Creel, let alone its young. Cat wiped a wet hand against her trouser leg to better grip the hand axe. Behind her, at the top of the staircase, Helene stood in silence. She wasn't coming down, wasn't going beneath the ground in pursuit of those who'd tried to end their lives and destroy those they'd loved. Helene was a survivor, but the girl had suffered enough. That was plain to see. The drawn face, the manic expression, and the palsy of her bloodless hands were sufficient evidence of a woman at the end of her tether. The Red had tried to exterminate her by drowning. That's what she'd said. But Helene's limbs were probably aquiver now from the shock of witnessing what Cat had so recently done to a living man, the man with the bad leg whom they'd found inside the big white house. They'd come across him in one of the spacious living rooms, an enormous area with a fireplace the size of the bathroom in her cottage. The room had opened onto a brushed granite kitchen. The terrazzo eating bar could have seated 8 people. The mansion had revealed itself to be a place of atriums, roof beams, viewing walls, vast indoor plants, enormous sofas that slotted elegantly into corners, wooden staircases inlaid with cherry, and private decks offering a view of the distant, angry sea. The incongruity of the house's existence at the farm had startled them both. How did such a palace occupy the same land as the other dilapidated, unkempt, and aged structures, all leaning earthward at Redstone Farm? The sale of sheep had not built the house, nor its indoor pool. Cat had glanced around as they'd shuffled inside, her raw and seared feet cooling on the marble floors, her professional eye absorbing the lavish interior as if it were a spread in a lifestyle magazine. Only the wealthiest people owned places like this, not those with moribund music careers who'd taken to farming sheep. She began to think differently about the nature of the land, the properties upon it, where it all began. The buildings at the front were mere facades, old ruins, concealing the guttural calling and the bloodletting, the dog masks, the horrible piping, the red skin, and this magnificent house. What else was hidden here? Redstone was not a working sheep farm in any meaningful sense. It probably hadn't been in years. And this gleaming palace was the headquarters of something else, another kind of business, private, exclusive, detached. This luxurious home was the heart that serviced the blood vessels of a criminal network that Matt Hull and Steve had alluded to. Drugs. There appeared to be much more evidence of the operation, these hidden tunnels. Perhaps the burrows of the depraved even reached unto the far cliffs and caves. But what had sustained and seemingly just destroyed part of the very tribe that serviced it must also exist below. One thing had crossed over into another. Hadn't Matt Hull said as much? The authorities would never understand her story because they hadn't seen or heard or dreamed of what bayed and jabbered below this farm. Those who'd encountered it firsthand had either lost their heads or were also in league with the Red but escaped the slaughter, like the man on the sofa had been. "Who's that? Who's here then, eh? That you, Richie? That you, lad?" Mere minutes before, the chubby man with the bad leg in the living room had repeated himself, nervously, on hearing the entrance of Cat and Helene into the great white house. He'd only stopped asking questions when she and Helene had passed through the grand atrium and discovered him propped up on a long settee, upholstered in white leather. One of his feet had been raised by 3 cushions. No one else had been home. But when the man on the couch had seen Helene, his round face had transformed from a hopeful yearning to something purple-black. "Bitch!" he'd barked, spraying spittle all over the glass table. He'd known Helene. "You should have stayed drowned, cunt!" the man had bellowed. Wincing and wheezing, he'd struggled to his feet. Unafraid of the two women who'd appeared before him, one covered in dried blood and dirt, the second swamped by an ill-fitting coat and unable to stop shaking, he'd come at them, hobbling and spitting, his short arms wheeling for balance. Helene's pretty blue eyes had opened wide with more than fear. She'd been terrified. She turned immediately, intent on fleeing the mansion they'd only been inside for a matter of seconds. She'd whispered, "He did it. Tried to kill me." And Kat had known that, like beard and headscarf, this man was one of them, and he was injured. His ruddy forehead was beaded with sweat, his legs stiff. Any weight he put upon it caused him great pain. Somehow he'd escaped the morning's massacre. Maybe on account of his injury he'd remained inside the vast house, or maybe he'd limped inside to hide while his colleagues fled or died. Kat doubted he was a Willow. They were whippet thin, ferrety, anxious, and posh. At the sight of him, Kat had also remembered her own cowardice. How she'd wronged Helene, the woman who'd trembled beside her, the young mother whom she'd sacrificed, hoping to save herself. So Kat had grasped an opportunity to protect Helene. She'd recognized a chance to avenge the wrongs that this man and his kind had done to a frightened girl who'd already lost her brother. 2 more innocent victims of the Red. Her entire body had suffused with a special energy. Molten and red it had been, the red of fury, the red of a wordless rage, warming her muscles to perform acts of unfamiliar strength and agility. A great and unwieldy freedom had taken possession of her limbs. Engulfed by the surge, this awakening of the blood, her conscious mind had slid, sunk away. And with its passing had vanished the possibility of restraint. Her mindlessness had resembled sexual arousal. She'd bathed in a nourishing glow that had heat behind her face, and she'd gone to work. Kat had raced to meet the challenge of the wounded underling, the agony of her burned feet briefly forgotten, and she'd punched him backwards with her outstretched hands. The man with the purple face and chubby, grasping hands, with the silly, childish thumbs that bristled with black hair and made her think of a pig's trotter's, never made it past the show-home table. She'd never struck anything so hard before. The balls of her hands caught him on the sternum and instantly deflated him. Bending over his half-collapsed form, with the tip of her flint knife pointing down, she then hacked and felt the plates of his skull move beneath her fist. She didn't stop there, but aimed at his temple and his throat and the hands that he'd raised in defense. She'd pierced them all. Then she'd gone for the ham of his shoulders and the gammon of his flanks. Even when the swine was down on all fours and bleeding, she still hadn't been able to stop, and she'd beaten his back like a drum, made him boom until his inner softness had sucked at the flint, forcing her to rip the blade free, time after time, which had flecked her face with warmth and patterned the white ceiling with long arcs of bright scarlet, graffiti she'd fleetingly found beauteous. She'd only stopped when she'd been too tired to hammer the man any flatter or wetter against the marble tiles and the rug that he'd drenched red. Kat had spared a few thoughts for the woman in the headscarf and how she'd ruined her, too, in the cottage, down in the tiny space between her bed and the wall of the bedroom. The woman's toothless mouth had cawed like a baby bird's, but Kat had felt no sympathy. Crushing the foul-mouthed, chubby man had been a fuller experience. Then she'd felt something more like joy, her mind half-blinded with a searing scarlet light. If she'd so much as brushed her sex with the beautiful blue shard that she'd used to smash open her foe, she'd have climaxed. She turned to Helene after she'd finished, and for a while Kat had struggled to put a name to the woman's face. She'd not even known herself. Beyond the kitchen in the utility room, Kat had then found a door operated by a silver keypad, as if it concealed a safe. Before the door, the false front of a tumble-dryer and a cupboard had been left ajar. Helene had followed her from the living room, at a distance, like a child who'd not known better. Despite their haste to escape, Kat had judged that the Willows family wouldn't have gone down if it was dangerous. That's why she'd followed them. Still panting hard from her exertions in the living room, and smiling oddly between lank laces of the dripping hair bootlacing her face, she peered up again at the tall woman in the doorway of the cellar. In Helene's face she saw shock, revulsion, and sheer incomprehension. Helene, Kat decided, had not tasted the red as much as she had. Proximity was contagion. Without another word to Helene, Kat followed the underground path. Below the earth, the temperature plummeted, a vague eddy of dank air making her shudder. Natural refrigeration. The burrow smelled of soil and wet stone. Lights glowed orange along the walls, all fed by a wire stapled into the moist limestone walls. The passage was too smooth to have been wholly formed naturally. As if she were on ice, Kat walked slowly in a shaft that tunneled south of the barn. Her feet were burned in several places, though how badly she wasn't sure. She'd not wanted to inspect her wounds until her journey was over, but as the adrenaline had drained from her muscles, her feet had begun to throb with an agony that interfered with her ability to think clearly. And the further she traveled beneath the earth, the more the madness seeped from her mind. When the tunnel curved from sight, she again reflected upon being in the realm of the abominations that had burst from the earth to dismember anything within their terrible reach. She unwisely recalled the skull of the piper in the barn, how it had been squashed flat like a melon under a truck tire. She felt the cold air of the passage along her prickling arms more keenly then. She thought of Steve, too, and the horrid goblet from which the red folk had supped their murky brew. Her footsteps shortened, became hesitant. The idea of being lost below the ground took hold of her mind. Avoiding whatever this ancient ground had kept hidden was her priority, and yet the jeopardy she faced was equal to her need to avenge herself against Willows and his brood. Only the weasel son would pose any serious resistance, and she calculated that he was a risk worth taking. So she carried on, her hearing groping ahead of her. They would receive no mercy either, because once the red holes in their faces had been shut, they'd not be calling it into the world again. The tunnel turned once more. Around the bend there were more walls of stone, a rough ceiling, a worn floor mined and leveled. She doubted that Tony could hobble much farther than this. He'd needed his daughter to support his feeble progress in and out of the abattoir above. Last seen, his queen had also been carried by the rangy stoat she'd sired. Such were the burdens and the haste of their children. They'd failed to seal the door behind them. The deeper Cat journeyed, thicker power cables bracketed the walls, attesting to a greater demand for electricity. When the tunnel forked, she found a metal door buried 6 meters inside the rock, an annex. The main tunnel curved out of sight, disappearing into an unlit void. Down there, the lights were off. Cat listened, sniffed the air. Her instincts balked anew at the idea of being drawn deeper inside the earth. Instead, she returned her attention to the steel door. Perhaps she might get lucky and find them all cowering behind it. She tugged the handle, and the door swung wide. Opening the door was akin to drawing blackout curtains from windows bright with sunlight. At first she thought the door was an exit opening into the outside world, but there was no rain, no diesel sky or gray air when Cat looked up at where she thought the sun must be, where such warmth radiated to bathe her face. Instead of the sun, great yellow bulbs hung inside black umbrellas. Cables looped from the rig on the ceiling and reached walls covered in white rectangles of insulation, walls padded with what resembled floor mats in a gymnasium, and what she mistook, at a glance, for a glade of small ferns carpeting the floor of a wood were thick rows of identical green plants. The bright foliage grew to the height of her knees. From stalks, spiky blade-shaped leaves protruded. She recognized the serrated shapes of the leaves from her time in London. Silhouettes that were often printed on merchandise and smoking paraphernalia in places like Camden Market. Cannabis plants, their aroma overpowering. A perfume she now associated with delirium and terror, with bloodshed. Cat stepped inside the room and looked about herself in astonishment. The rumors Steve had heard about Brickburg's illegal crops were true. When she hadn't wanted to listen, Matt Hull had hesitantly tutored her in the same local criminal mythology. Redstone Farm was a drug plantation. It concealed a vast cannabis crop beneath the ground, a red harvest grown close to a ghastly slaughterhouse. Whoever threatened this subterranean crop was dispatched. Steve, Matt, Helene's brother, walkers and campers who'd strayed too close. They must all have been deviously or ritually murdered. This cavernous room explained why so much of the crop was incinerated in braziers during those rites in the barn, to facilitate the disordering of minds committing acts of such savage degeneracy. They had produce to spare. Had Cat suspected that nothing would ever shock her again, she'd have been mistaken. She'd recalled the sounds of the large vehicles and motorbikes that morning, and of a small aircraft landing at the farm the night Steve had been butchered. Here was an established business. The neglected farmhouse and dilapidated outbuildings contained makeshift cells, abattoirs. all of functioning camouflage. Matt Hull's claim of local corruption was no exaggeration either, and she considered the smarmy detective, Lewis. He was on the payroll. Others would be too, perhaps those in local government and business. How deep did the scarlet roots of Redstone Farm reach? She could only guess, but they'd extended deeply enough to keep all of this hidden for years. The discovery of this crop, the sheer industrial scale of the operation, would summon everything that law enforcement commanded, near and far. No wonder the Red Folk had killed with impunity to protect it. The multiple murders, masquerading as cases of missing persons, would now require fresh investigations. Every local report of a missing person would have to be pursued anew. Willow's entire operation would need unraveling. Kat's head hurt at the thought of what this tiny part of the world now faced. Uniformed officers were already on site. Soon they would be everywhere. Cordons and perimeter guards established, men in white suits painstakingly picking across the ground, inch by inch, grisly leavings in the barn encased in polythene tents, samples subjected to forensic scrutiny. This would become another dig, and one to rival that of the Brickberg Caverns, two sites of mass murder from different periods existing on the same land. But even here, her instincts as a journalist prevailed. She knew she was on the brink of a monumental story. A story with a final chapter that she'd been instrumental in writing, and she vowed to find every last red tendril that twisted above or below this ground, because she was part of this. Unwittingly, she and her dead boyfriend and poor Helene must have contributed to the sudden demise of the Red Folk and their operation. The Willows must also have known that the end was coming. They'd panicked at the sound of the siren. Perhaps they'd also been losing control of whatever it was that they'd fattened below the ground. Isn't that what Tony had alluded to? That they'd brought it too close to the surface? Who or what had been in control here? How could the forces of reason ever conceive and accept what she'd witnessed in that barn, twice? Surely her narrative would be dismissed as the ramblings of a lunatic, a woman in deep shock, a woman who'd killed. Her own hands were no longer clean. Kat recalled, and so brightly that her memory glistened, what she'd recently done in the living room of the house above. An execution. Did I? She squirmed with revulsion at herself. Squeezing her eyes shut, she forced herself to blank her mind. She leaned against the nearest row of plant beds until the wave of nausea passed, then moved through the crop, desperate for fresh air, her old self reviving and waking from that half-sleep. Moment by moment, she felt as if she were breaking from a trance she'd occupied with her eyes open. What she'd seen and done were merging, dreamlike, with the artificial sunshine that warmed her face. Between the parallel beds, her fingertips trailed through the spiky fronds until she reached the door at the far end of the subterranean greenhouse. The cave was at least 30 meters long by 20 across, and as large as the grand chamber of Brickberg, hidden beside the sea. Passing through a connecting door, where the plantation's rows came to an end, she entered a second chamber. The walls were darker, but it was lit from above with the same lights as the greenhouse. From black wires, looping like skipping ropes to the far wall, great bunches of what resembled brewer's hops or bunches of drying oregano hung upside down in fat bushels. The wires on the far side of the room had been cleared of their harvest. Detritus, similar to dried spice, littered the floor and stuck to her stinging feet, fragments disrupted from a crop partially and hastily gathered. At the far end of the second chamber, a metal ladder ascended to the ceiling. Kat saw it, but didn't go to it. Instead, she gaped at what was crafted upon the chamber's walls. She'd seen similar murals at the exhibition in Exeter, and the illustrations here told a similar story to those on the walls of the Brickberg caves. Between two dense bushels of drying weed, a squashed, doggish snout, fashioned from hematite and charcoal, stained the wall. Red-eyed, jaws open, the hideous jackal head was supported by human shoulders, and the voluptuous body of a woman curved below the creature's hirsute throat. A figure that might have grimaced upon these walls for 40,000 years. In their time below, had the most recent dwellers found something? A thing timelessly vile that former inhabitants had also known intimately? A thing they'd fed each other to, from one frozen era into another? The scale of such a thought made Kat dizzy, and she felt the full effects of her fatigue more keenly now than for days. And in every part of her body, Her head teemed with horror, images of shattered bones, the tiny skull of a child, a row of flint hand axes, a lined mouth suckling a wet jawbone by the red light of a pyre. All of her waking thoughts and her dreams would lead here, to this farm, and to these caves, always, forever, and to what she'd seen. At the foot of the ladder, before she climbed out, Kat turned and took a final look of startled disbelief. The cave system must be truly enormous. The coast was 3 miles away, but the archaeologists were tunneling towards the farm. A physical connection between the two places must exist. The dig had slowly and meticulously followed a route inland for 3 years, moving from one buried cave to another, excavating a hidden story, but always unwittingly heading towards the Willows clan and into the present. Chapter 51. Tony, my old friend. The voice was muffled by a mask, concealing most of the speaker's head, a visage incompatible with the elegant room in which the man sat. Through the hairy black jaws of the headpiece, small blue eyes glittered within 2 fleshy beds of tanned skin, transmitting a cold, excited gaze. Perhaps a grin was concealed by the mask, one that was mirthless. 4 ragged, breathless figures gasped and panted beneath the small dais that the beast-headed man's chair was raised upon. Strong light greeted Tony Willows and his family, and it made them blink like moles. Such an illumination hadn't existed in the passages they'd traversed for miles to get here. The natural light and white walls also invited an unflattering scrutiny of their stained and disheveled bodies. They'd fled their home of decades without coats or shoes. "An old friend. That is exactly what I am, Adrian," Tony called in a jovial, chummy tone, despite his wheezing. Tony's face was waxy and moist beneath what stain remained on his features. The journey had nearly killed him, but his rich voice managed to summon itself and fill the room. A chamber tiled in white and blue from floor to ceiling, save where long rectangular windows were divided by Doric columns. Classical Grecian in style, this odd hexagonal space might have been an ostentatious conservatory with a sea view. There was no furniture in the chamber beside the 2 seats on the dais, each upholstered in red velvet. Only a floor that discreetly sloped to a metal grate in the center suggested the chamber's function, a form of wet room. A hazy gray seascape existed soundlessly beyond its rain-speckled windows. Outside and around the curious chamber, a great white building crowned the cliffs. The impressive structure was visible through the glass roof. A schloss perched on a cliff edge like a forward observation point. Tony smiled, spreading his arms. "And to this old friend I have come to request that an agreement be fulfilled, a pact made in better times. Old dogs know how times change, so quickly. But there you have it. All over, is it, Tony?" the masked figure asked. "Aye, all over." "No time for a last encore?" Tony bristled at that remark, as if he wanted no reminder of his musical past. Finn held his mother in his thin arms like she was his babe. He grimaced, his ruddy face streaked with sweat. "Would a chair be too much to ask for? You can see who we have here." The masked figure turned his attention to the younger man, but only for a moment did his stare linger. All 4 guests tensed. The eyes within that dog-like maw had ratcheted from spiteful mirth to something even less appealing, like wrath, before relaxing. "A chair for the witch-wife of Redstone," the masked figure called out, his tone droll, irreverent, dismissive. "She's missing her throne." From the rear of the room, one of the 2 men who flanked the closed entrance opened a white door and stepped outside. A second masked figure sat beside Adrian in an identical chair. A woman who turned her head and muttered something to him. She was dressed in white jeans and an expensive print blouse, her pampered feet strapped into jeweled sandals of golden leather. The fingernails of her idle hands were painted red. Adrian wore a blue cotton shirt, tan chinos, and leather loafers without socks. Had the couple not been wearing the mangy and frightful animal masks, which seemed to have been plucked from a props wardrobe in an unappealing theater, or from the basement shelves of a museum of curiosities, they would have passed as a wealthy couple relaxing before a private view of the sea. One of the chamber's doors opened and closed, readmitting the retainer who'd gone outside. He returned with a patio chair and carelessly dropped it beside Finn and his mother. Taken by surprise, eh? Adrian asked, grinning through his black muzzle. News travels. But how much did you get out, Tony? Tony looked to Finn, who answered, Enough. Tony shrugged. They came sooner than we anticipated. Adrian sighed. You trust imbeciles with a job and you get an imbecile's work. She swam, Tony, from way out. That girl with the recordings. The woman whose brother managed to install microphones on your land in broad daylight. And from where you dropped her in the water, she swam back to shore. All that way by herself. Can you imagine it? Impossible, Finn said. Ignoring him, the masked man continued to address only Tony. Fishermen yanked her out near Slagcombe. She's been in Divilmouth Hospital overnight. From there she was taken by the police to the gates of your proud establishment earlier today. That beating but much exposed heart of your operation. Tony and his son exchanged glances. Adrian's eyes twinkled with competitive, triumphant amusement. To increase their embarrassment and misery, the man in the mask continued to explain their failings. We had word from the hospital early this morning. I doubt you were even awake when the news came in. And I assume you wasted valuable time today preparing one of your barbaric rites for the journalist, the one you also failed to deal with. By all accounts, she escaped from your care too. You had her on a platter, and yet she escaped. Our mutual friend Louis brought us up to speed. We got her again, Tony said. No longer encumbered by her mother in his arms, Finn stepped forward. His fists were clenched. You knew. You knew the girl we threw in the drink survived. You never warned us. Tony touched his son's arm gently to bid him be still. She's gone now, this hack, to the Red. She won't be coming back. The shaggy head upon the throne nodded sagely, the motion grotesque. Yet you waited until this morning to deal with her. You felt it prudent to wait because of your recent profligacy in matters of the Red. You couldn't risk another death so soon after that photographer and the paraglider and the girl in the water. Have I missed anyone, Tony? How many people have been taken on your land or near it by those painted chimpanzees up at that landfill that you call a farm? Finn took another step at the little dais. The fuck? Who are you to question us? His voice was shrill, verging on unpleasantly feminine. Son, Tony said, reaching for his arm. The father's hand was evaded. Beside the door, the two men stood straighter. The figure on the throne ignored Finn's aggressive posturing and kept his eyes upon Tony. Who knows what these bitches know or what they've jabbered to their confidants? Who can truly say what is known and what is not known now and by whom? It's always been the way with you, old boy. Insecure. And if the events of this morning are anything to go by, I imagine all of us will suffer the consequences sooner rather than later. The whole area, every crop will have to be erased. Scorched earth. All of it. So I've given this some thought, Tony. I've been forced to, even though I'd rather have been doing something else. But I arrived at an interesting conclusion. Hear me out. We paid off our debt to you by protecting your situation for as long as possible. Given your errancy, your indiscipline, I don't think I'm being unfair. We've done more for you than you've ever done for us. You connected us, but we've carried you for years, particularly on distribution. So it is you that has accrued the real debt, and you no longer have a pot to piss in, do you? Your accounts will be frozen by tea time. Assets seized. Tony's jaw trembled. He tried to swallow whatever had blocked his throat, but didn't seem able to raise the strength. He appeared to be paralyzed by a sense of injustice, by the terms of an imminent betrayal. He'd never liked Adrian. The man had expanded the business, but he was a detestable snob. He'd always been dangerous, too, and a tricky bastard, but he was their most powerful neighbor and had guaranteed sanctuary if they'd needed it. Finn suffered no qualms about his behavior as a guest. What the fuck? Sanctuary has been requested. You don't question it, you grant it. We want somewhere where we can clean up, before any decisions are made about what happens next. You've no fucking idea what we've had to do to keep it in the ground. He pointed a thin red arm at the elderly woman he'd placed on the chair. My mother is exhausted. You haven't a clue how volatile it's become, or what we've given to keep it down, to placate it. You must have just lost another 8 people. You talk to us about heavy lifting. You haven't any idea fucking around the harbor with your toy boats while we take the risks. Sitting upon what increasingly resembled thrones, the two masked figures merely appeared amused by Finn's outburst. They laughed, though humorlessly. Adrian even slapped his thighs, and when he next spoke, it was to Tony again. "You honestly believe that your shanty town is some kind of mother country, And that we all look up to it? That being closer to the queens of old endows you with some divine right? Did you presume that we are your subjects, old man? They're digging their way inside your fetid bowels from those caves at Brickburg day by day, coming right at you through the red earth. You've trespassers all over your farm, like ants because you left the sugar out. You're careless. You lost touch, Tony, a long time ago, and you let this psychotic run things." He indicated Finn with one lazy hand, without deigning to look at him. "To be so careless at such a time when things are so good for all in the red, near and far. The ecstasy must be contained, channeled. You've always overindulged. It's in your background, excess. There are times and places for the red, and you've been warned, Tony, plenty of times. You listen to that mud of a son too much, and your wife is senile. To be frank, I'm disgusted." Inside the doggish, hairy snout of the mask, the little tanned nose wrinkled to emphasize its point. Too angry to speak, Finn Willows turned and gazed at his mother. He shook his head in exasperation, as if the man's temerity in criticizing his family defied belief. "We know how to run this business," the masked woman at Adrian's side said, with an air of self-satisfaction. "Shut your mouth, tart!" Finn cried out, his voice breathless with exasperation. "You employed that bitch and the dickhead with the camera. They're on you." Adrian beckoned those at the door with a flick of his wrist. The two men stepped forward on command. Each man was stocky with a weathered face, over 50, dressed in expensive yachting slickers and jeans. Besides a sullen determination, their eyes were blank. Neither man said a word as Tony's son turned to face them. "What's this? Are you fucking crazy? Adrian!" A few feet from Finn, the two retainers lurched. The struggle was short. Before Finn managed to raise an arm, he was snapped over. Whining in pain, he was separated from his family. Adrian stood up, rotated his shoulders, stretched his back. He stepped from his chair and came to stand before Finn, who spat at him as much as spoke. "You bastard! You bastard!" "No, I think you'll find that you and your sister are the only bastards here. One can only guess at who it was that mounted your mother back in the day amongst the fucking sheep." "Adrian!" Tony stepped forward. Nana looked to her aged father beseechingly, as if she expected him to bring this scene to a swift end. Adrian ignored Tony. He spoke to Finn directly, though still casually, as if he were merely discussing sports equipment. "You always stuck with the bout coupe up at your place, the original Neanderthal hand axe. Traditional, you'd probably claim, when used for butchery. But when I feel the red, I tend to favor a leaf-shaped point, with a razor-sharp edge. I like to go deep. Devensian deep, you could say. I'm not a bludgeoner, Finn. None of us are over this way. We've more restraint, more precision, qualities that you baboons have always lacked." From the small of his back, Adrian produced a long piece of dark flint, chipped carefully into a spear blade. "Cease!" Jess finally called from her chair, her voice frail yet imperious. "You don't know the red. You never did, Adrian. You only know what I've shown you, the shallows, the riverbank, not the depths where your blood would run so cold. We're in the depths now, all of us. The cycle was started when you were but a baby. So enough, or you'll know a rage as red as this earth. It's so close now. It never abates. It abides. So don't you go thinking that I can't bring it here." Adrian looked up, grinning. He raised his voice to be heard over the woman's snarling son. "What did you tell me, Jess, right at the very beginning? How did you explain it? Let me see if I can remember." "Ah, yes. It was when you set an example with that druggie, the one with the microphones. You said that the only thing that mattered, the only thing that counted, was survival. You said the tribes must always be pitiless to survive. Survive. And did one ancestral people not always succumb to another? Over and over again, right here? It's our story, dear. You said so yourself. And this is a time of plenty, not struggle. Or it was. None of this should even be happening. But some of us have not reached the end yet. We won't. Not for some time either. Your sources are imprecise. You see, you're not alone, Jess. Not as the wife. There are others. The red favors strength, nothing else. And it's been reaching out. further west, while your glorious era approached its sell-by date. Problem is, you never recognized it. You entered a most typical period of degeneracy. Alas, history just repeats itself. We've all seen the writing on the walls, down below. Adrian seized strands of Finn Willows's hair, wisps clotted together with hematite, and raised the end as if he were holding a lamb in a slaughterhouse. The action of his arm beneath Finn's ear was swift, the sawing back and forth, but the sound of the practiced dispatch was lost beneath the screams of his twin, Nana Willows, which filled the elegantly tiled room to the rafters. Tony fell to his naked buttocks, his old face aghast, his eyes glassy, and watched his son's blood stream hotly and splash brightly onto the tiles. Scarlet tributaries rushed for the grate. As Adrian worked, he spoke through clenched teeth. His porcine eyes within the doggish maw were truly awful to behold as the red came upon him, vicious and bestial, but alight with an intelligent purpose that eschewed compassion. The cutting process seemed to last longer than it actually did, and the Willows family beheld it with only the dregs of their earlier intoxication serving to dull their communal horror. And when the head of the heir of Redstone Farm was entirely severed from his bony shoulders, it was raised aloft by its sodden ponytail. Finn's one good eye remained fixed upon his folk with a look of surprise. His bearded jaw feebly twitched at the air, but he'd already said his last. From the chair, his mother wailed, a terrible sound that might yet reverberate beneath the earth to echo through hidden, lightless spaces and vibrate along the old stone walls tunneling below. Tony Willows tried to join her in this old lament, but lacked the breath to form the customary chorus. He looked winded and broken at the death of his son, an act he hadn't imagined possible until only a few moments before. The men who'd held Finn released his spent form and took his sister, pulling her away from her elderly parents. She looked no further than her mother for help. The terrible wear grooving her once beautiful face, she earned anew in a heartbeat, her silence serving as perverse acknowledgment of a fate long anticipated. She never made another sound. With Tony on his bare red backside and his daughter held at the side of the chamber, Adrian wasted no time and moved to the witchwife, dropping Finn's head on the tiles behind his speckled heels. The thump of the skull on the ceramic surface was far more sickening than the preceding sounds of flint carving through his spinal column. Adrian clamped a tanned hand over Jess Usher's mouth to silence the gruff baying of the elderly woman. "You served us well, you old jackal. What you brought here was marvelous. I can't thank you enough. Though that bit with the marrow, I know you're one for tradition and for an exactitude drawn from what you see, but I've always thought that detail unnecessary. You should have moved with the times. You never did. And look at you now, you old fool. You're not long left as it is. You can't even walk. When your legs went, your folk should have nested you in stone. That was when the trouble began. You kept on going. On and on and on. And now the wheels have come off your chair, lass. The red has taken its toll. I know. We've all watched it happen, and it's been sad to see. But we've another queen. All will be well under new management. I promise you'll be well cared for and placed in a good nest deep in the floor. Our descendants will honor your bones, too, those that survive us. Your remains are going deep, too, where no one can dig 'em up. There will be reverence, tradition, all the rites at your funeral. You have my word. We know how it's done." Adrian moved further behind Jessica Usher and cut her wizened throat, siphoning his flint from beneath one shriveled ear to the other. When her tatty head flopped to the side of her shoulders and lolled, spilling warmth from a new mouth beneath her jawbone, Adrian pointed his blade at Tony. "Old boy, you and Nana are going to run. Not very far, I expect, because the sides of my comb are steep. But over here the grove isn't a cave. We intend to make our provision of what must be given above the ground. You brought it up this way, way too far, but we'll take it from here upon the red earth. There are other ways of managing them." He nodded toward the windows. "It's incredible. You'll get to experience it firsthand, too. We've a nice moon due, and providing there's no cloud, the old creel will fall upon you in sufficient light so that we can watch it happen from up here. Personally, I cannot wait. And even though you've fed the red like it's a favorite hound, I don't expect you'll be shown any favors. You've noticed how boisterous they become? That's on you. All the other clans are in agreement. You've had this coming, old boy, and we need to get those bitches back on a leash." Adrian paused to follow Tony's horrified gaze. He wasn't listening, and only had eyes for Jessica Usher's carcass. Adrian's expression turned to disgust. "I don't think she had long. What do you think? Sooner or later, Creel would have had the lot of you in that shack and left you in bits. You brought them far, far too close. They should never have left the grove. You overfed them. You must have been fucking insane." "You don't understand," Tony gibbered. "You think we wanted to? You don't know what they demand." Yes, Tony, but I want you to recognize this judgment as a kind of penance for endangering the rest of us. We've been the poor cousins, but we're absolutely pitiless when it comes to our survival. So out with the old, eh? Has ever been thus." Adrian then took a moment to look down his front. His trousers and shirt were wet through. "Darling," he said to his wife, "I need to change. We've guests coming." Rising from her chair, Sheila nodded. She stepped off the dais, moving carefully on shaking legs. Chapter 52. Helene's nose nuzzled Valda's hair and inhaled the aroma of cherry shampoo. Under it, the fragrance of infancy was still young, a scent unique to small people. Slumped across her lap, her daughter was concentrating on the cartoon flashing on the television screen, a scene hectic with pink explosions, glamorous fairies, and what resembled toads. Helene had watched the news headlines while Valda took her collection of toy squirrels through complicated social routines before changing the channel so that Valda could watch a show before bedtime. Valda stayed up until 8:30 now, an extra hour granted each night since her mum had returned from Devon. And even when her daughter was tucked in, Helene still sat beside her bed or lay alongside her until she fell asleep. 5 months before, she'd come close to never being able to do that again. She anticipated no end to the bad dreams either. At night, Helene often returned to Redstone before awaking with a jolt, her hair soaked. Those nights she'd always get out of bed to check on the small sleeping figure next door, because in most of these dreams she and Valda were in the water. Black water beneath a lightless sky, and no matter how hard Helene swam towards the distressed cries of her daughter, towards glimpses of that small pale head that bobbed between the waves of night, she never reached the girl, or even moved any closer. Instead, she'd drift further away. In other dreams, the two of them were chased by what might have been large dogs, across the very land that she'd once wandered to find the place where her brother had made recordings in a quarry. In those dreams, the big muscular forms that she never saw clearly would laugh and chatter and gabble along the valley floors. Valda's little legs were never able to move fast enough, so Helene would be forced to carry the child in her arms, while her heart thumped fit to burst and her legs turned numb and clumsy. Other nights she'd dream of Lincoln, and she'd most often see him before the pitch-black opening of a cave, or a tunnel, or a gap in some rocks, apertures all covered in long vines and purple flowers that made her nervous. Lincoln would smile and talk to her in these scenes about things she could never recall on waking. But he'd chat innocently, and she would awake with a strong sense that he knew everything about her and Valda. Sometimes he'd be a small boy, appearing as vividly as anyone can appear in a dream, and he'd be wearing clothes that she'd long forgotten he'd ever worn. The boy, Lincoln, would play a thin flute inside the mouth of a cave, and she would run to him, only to watch the small figure begin to cry and reach for her hands as if she was his mother. But the boy was never able to prevent his own slow progress backwards and into the dark where his voice would fade. No matter how hard she begged him to stay with her, no matter how hard she cried, he'd always walk backwards until his small freckled face vanished from sight. Helene felt grateful for any night or afternoon nap when she woke without remembering her dreams. On waking, she was happiest if she hadn't dreamed at all. She also swam more than ever before. She would not let her terror swamp her when she looked at the clear blue water of the pool in the leisure center. She would force herself to get in, and she would swim hard, and only stop once her shoulders burned and her breath grew ragged. The others at the local self-help group she attended in Sutton Coldfield and the counselor she was seeing for cognitive behavioral therapy all thought her swimming was a positive sign of managing her trauma. Valda giggled. Something in her show had amused her. Her mother tried to smile, but her attention was mostly consumed by what she'd seen on the evening news. And when was the farm and what existed below it not in the news? £7 million. That was the value the police had just revised and affixed to the annual yield of the drug crop discovered in the 4 underground plantations on Redstone Farm. She had difficulty keeping track of how many councillors had resigned from the Brickburg Council and in the neighboring boroughs. But another 2 had just gone from their positions in local government amidst the usual allegations of payments of dirty money into their bank accounts, large sums they were struggling to justify being earned from consultancy work. 5 police officers, including 2 senior officers and the police and crime commissioner for the county, had been suspended or had resigned ahead of facing charges. A detective was being investigated for his involvement in several murders and abductions. Further down the food chain, a stream of electricians and builders, assorted tradesmen, every employee at a food distribution center, the owners of 4 large yachts, and even a headmaster had all been arrested. A holiday camp and 4 new hotels were implicated and had been closed. The investigation was in its 5th month. The harbor town and the surrounding farmland had been turned over. Every barn and boat shed searched from Brickburg to the banks of the Divilmouth estuary. The man Helene had briefly known as Phil, a crew member from the boat that had ferried her out to sea, was found pretty soon after the police had rescued her and Kat. She and Kat had been found wandering towards the outbuildings of Redstone Farm, not long after Kat had discovered the first underground plantation. Phil had since proved very useful to the police. At Divilmouth Police Station, she and Kat had been separated, and Kat was kept in custody for a long time because of what she had done to the man with the bad leg, the pig captain, who'd taken Helene out to the channel in his new boat so that he could drown her. That boat had been another asset purchased with illegal earnings and was also being held as evidence in a police yard, in preparation for another trial that she would have to attend as a witness. Kat had also killed an elderly woman during that red and frantic time that they'd both endured, a woman who Kat claimed had been one half of a couple who'd kept her captive in her home, a mother and son whose real names she'd never known. But though the woman's identity had been established, her body had still not been recovered. The woman's son, a local man implicated in the criminal organization at Redstone Farm, remained in a coma, brain damage from the injuries the journalist had inflicted upon him. The news channels no longer showed the picture of Lincoln, the photograph, sourced from their mother, of him sitting in her garden, taken a year before he'd disappeared. In the picture, he had been smiling. Maybe he'd just cracked one of his quips or jokes. Her mother couldn't remember exactly, but he dropped in for a few days after exploring some canals in the center of Birmingham, where he'd made recordings of echoes and other noises. She had taken a picture because he'd grown a long reddish beard. She'd thought he'd been the spitting image of her father. That had been one of 17 photographs shown of those who'd gone missing, or whose apparent suicides in parts of the Southwest had been called into question and were being reinvestigated, as far back as the 1980s. Helene had only recognized the pictures of her brother and Steve, the photographer. Some remains of the missing had been found in the myriad tunnels and caverns beneath the area referred to as 7 quarries. Bone fragments and teeth had been connected to 6 of the missing individuals, though what had reduced the human remains to such a deplorable state had not been caught or seen, as a police and forensic investigation had continued below the red earth of Redstone. It was believed that the family at the head of the criminal organization had escaped shortly before the police had arrived at Redstone Farm, the morning after Helene had swum for her life and for her daughter's future to reach the shore. The very family that Kat had been looking for when Helene came across her in the aftermath of the slaughter at the farm, the now notorious Willows family, had comprised 2 elderly people and their middle-aged twin children. Helene had briefly encountered the twins, but not the parents. None of them had ever been caught. The father, Tony, had once been a famous musician, but Helene had never heard of him before that interview she'd given the police in a hospital bed in Divilmouth. Nor had she ever before seen the clips from the old gray whistle test in the festivals. Broadcasters kept showing a performance recorded in the 70s of Tony Willows playing a mandolin and another of him dressed as a Morris dancer at Knebworth. He didn't look at all capable of becoming the head of a vast, organized, ruthless criminal gang, and Helene understood why so many people for so long had found the whole story difficult to accept. The attack dogs to which this family had fed their victims had remained the greatest enigma. They had killed the first 2 police officers on the scene and dismembered 8 members of the strange, ghastly cult that had served the drug empire. But the animals had never been found. They'd either been destroyed and hidden or removed by the fleeing Willows family. Like their owners, they'd remained at large. The police were currently looking for the family in Spain and Portugal. The journalist, Kat, whom she'd known so briefly, had remained in hospital for a long time. After they'd been picked up outside the still-smoking barn, Kat had remained under police protection while she'd helped with their inquiries. The charges against Kat had been dropped, but there are many rumors about her mental health, and she'd been transferred to an institution somewhere up north. She and Kat had not spoken since that afternoon at Redstone Cross, where Helene had watched the woman, a lifestyle journalist whom she'd struggled to recognize during their second and third meetings, destroy a human being by hand with a sharpened rock. Eventually, Helene turned her attention away from the latest news and from her own grim memories. She checked the time. "Bedtime," she whispered, squeezing her daughter gently and drying her moist eyes in the little girl's hair. Chapter 53. The room reminded Kat of her room in her halls of residence at university. A single bed, a laminate desk combined with a shelving unit, one chair, blue carpet tiles as rough as a scouring pad, terrible curtains. She felt comfortable and safe there. Despite a growing desire to leave, swelling over the last month, her mood was maudlin on the eve of her last night in the room. Her feelings were strangely akin to the day she'd left university, over 20 years ago, to start anew in the world without a job or much money in her bank account. Kat had since decided that anyone might benefit from time out in an institution, now and again, to be sealed from what was hurting them out there. The idea was no longer as crazy as it might have sounded to her 5 months before. With the right medication, gallons of tea, much time spent talking to people who listened, and the space to actually think her life through, her time at the hospital hadn't been so bad. Time, distance, more sleep than she'd ever had in her life, and not giving a shit about her weight for once, had all been good medicine. All of it. She placed her hand on the bed covers and smoothed them out. Her tummy cramped from nerves, and she wondered whether she should visit the bathroom. Reg and Delia would arrive the following morning. She imagined they'd be prompt, too. bang on 10. She imagined their faces whenever they saw the hospital sign at the end of the drive, branded by the NHS Trust. What came next would not be easy for them. They'd been kind. With a smile, Kat imagined what Steve might have said about the situation that she was about to enter, alone with his parents. "Well, you did kill 2 people, Kat, with a rock and a bloody rolling pin. Mum's bound to be a bit nervous about having you in the spare room. She'll avoid discussing specifics in any situation, but will sleep with one eye open. Trust me." Kat looked at her bump, took her hands from the bed and stroked her tummy, caressing their unborn child. A little miracle she often talked to. Steve did, too, in her head. Through Delia and Reg's desire to help her with this child, she'd accepted how much they loved their son, unconditionally. And now she was carrying their grandson, the sole factor in the entire debacle that brought joy to any of them. The forthcoming battles she imagined waging with Delia, a woman who'd be unable to restrain her proprietary tendencies with the baby, Kat vowed to manage with the same techniques she'd learned through her CBT sessions at the hospital. Those skills would help her understand how she'd feel whenever Delia crossed the line. Severe feelings of victimization and powerlessness still occasionally swamped her, but the aggressiveness that grew from that distress she managed much better now. The red part of her, that's what she called it, and that was how she would always refer to it. She'd always had the red inside her, always. She'd even come to believe that everyone did too, but she'd never imagined that it was limitless. Kat would continue her therapy. She liked it. Delia had already sourced a mind group in North Devon, close to where she'd eventually be living. She'd meet others in her situation, just like she'd done here. People who'd suffered psychotic episodes and been the victims of the violent, of predators. Steve's mum and dad had sold her cottage and found a new flat for her, where she'd eventually live with her son. They'd also paved a smooth path from the door of her room at the hospital to their holiday cottage in Cornwall, where she'd spend her first few weeks outside with them before going to her new home, her flat west of the moors. It looked nice in the pictures they'd shown her. At times, Delia even held her hand now. She'd finally entered the inner circle of Steve's family. Steve would have appreciated that irony, too. Kat dabbed her eyes with the back of a knuckle. With her books and computer all packed away and awaiting Reg's Range Rover in the morning, her thoughts returned to her first night at the hospital, the last time the room had been so Spartan and empty. Kat had been detained in the secure hospital for 5 months. Initially, she'd been taken from the farm to accident and emergency in the big hospital in Torbay, where they had a room for conducting psychiatric assessments. Her criteria had quickly been established as high risk, and she'd been judged as someone suffering from a severe psychotic episode. Under the Mental Health Act of 1983, she was deemed to have presented a significant danger to others and to herself because of the profound degree of violence and aggression that she displayed in her cottage and then at the farm. She told the doctors and nurses that it was just as well she had been able to summon such a profound degree of violence, or she'd never have been around to be assessed. She'd consented to the treatment the doctors advised, both in A&E and at this hospital, even though they hadn't needed her consent. That's how bad a case she'd been in their eyes. And even after all she'd been through, their judgment about her mental health still upset and shocked her. This was how other people saw her now, including Reg and Delia, even though they were careful to hide it. The idea that she posed a risk of harm to others shamed her more than it hurt. But the diagnosis was not one that she found herself able to convincingly argue against for long. No physical restraint had been involved when they took her into care, into the system. She was merely led to a secluded room beside A&E, where antipsychotics were injected to reduce her agitation and the distress that had consumed her outside the boundary of the farm. Dry-mouthed, restless and twitching, then drowsy and uncommunicative, often dizzy, constipated, she'd been brought to this hospital, and that's where she'd stayed. Her anti-psych medication was soon stopped because of the side effects, once it had been established that she was pregnant. The worst of the side effects passed within a few days after she was clear of the medication, but the taint of her delusional disorder had meant she'd needed to be kept in this room. The thoughts and hallucinations about the farm's barn that she'd persisted in sharing had guaranteed her confinement. Her medical records hadn't done her any favors either. Last night, Kat went and sat at her desk and recorded her feelings in her diary. She'd done a lot of writing at the desk, enough to require massages to ease her lower back pain. From what she'd gathered online and from newspapers and magazines, which never stopped running features about the Willows family, the murders, and the drug farm, she'd already produced a pretty good structure for the book she planned to write. Her own story would form the narrative spine. The prologue she'd already written and augmented with excerpts from her diary in a psychiatric hospital. From that point, she'd take the reader all the way back to the press conference in Plymouth, where the contents of the first cave were officially shared with the world. She had contacts in publishing and knew there would be significant interest in her story. She even fantasized about a newspaper serialization. And she would include the story of what it was like to be a new mother who'd barely escaped death several times, but who'd emerged a survivor blessed with a child that she'd been told she was incapable of conceiving, a miracle baby. When she closed her diary, Kat checked the corridor outside her room. All was quiet, so she returned to her desk and opened her makeup bag. She'd not worn cosmetics for months, not even when Sheila or Steve's parents had visited. But she'd go out there tomorrow with her face on. She began applying her favorite red lipstick, and her fingers trembled enough to irritate her. As she applied the cosmetic to her mouth, she also felt a curious, reckless impulse to allow the slippery head of the stick to skirt her mouth, to go out of bounds, to slide beyond her lips. The color of the lipstick must have excited her imagination, because when she closed her eyes, she acknowledged a now familiar idea that another red face existed behind her own. When Kat opened her eyes, she wiped at the lipstick on her top lip to produce a crimson streak at the side of her mouth. She smeared the cosmetic further, across the pale skin of her cheek. This made her whole face and scalp flush, her throat too. She felt hot all over, and absurdly guilty. Her limbs loosened. Restless, she leaned back and placed her hands upon her womb, and acknowledged what had been a rare and sudden episode of arousal. There had not been many of those inside this room. And again, so strangely and unexpectedly, she'd also recognized a need to run, a compulsion born of a body that seemed to have discovered a trapped source of energy. These sensations were not unpleasant, they were the opposite. Out of curiosity, Kat wiped a little more of the lipstick onto her cheekbones, on both sides of her face. Then she leaned forward in her cushioned seat and, using the pads of her fingertips, rubbed the cosmetic into her skin with more purpose, circling the bones below her eyes, slowly, sensuously, applying a rouge with fingertips, reddening her pale skin. When she sat back, the sight of her face in the mirror made her breath catch. Closing her eyes, she calmed herself, and this time she didn't repress the images that appeared inside her mind. She let them form, let them grow. And so clearly did that land, beneath the white sky, appear to her. A long, pale place, so open and so wild.